Hello, welcome to IO Codes. In this video, we are going to be looking at how to build a banking dashboard with the reuse of React. And we are going to be connecting the React application with our already existing application we built a couple of weeks back with Springboot. So in that video, I did mention that we are going to be having this second part in the coming days, but due to some reasons, which I simply have right here, it's my final year project. School, currently chasing my BSc, so I was working on this project, and it's like this: enhancing traditional SWOT analysis method with artificial intelligence and ML. So what it's pretty all about is predicting engineering properties of the SWOT with the use of modern technology by implementing the use of artificial intelligence. So here I am, ML are simply uncharted territories that I'm yet to lay my hands upon. So I had to give it a whole lot of time and a whole lot of dedication. So that was one of the reasons why I went away from YouTube for a couple of weeks. Although I was not with you guys, I also come once in a while to respond to your comments and so on and so forth. And in one of such comments, I did mention that I was really working on my final year project. Now, with all of those stated, we can now get started with our application. Hello, welcome to IO Codes. In this video, we are going to be looking at how to develop a banking dashboard with the use of Reactjs, Tailwind CSS, and Tabnine, which happens to be an AI agent. This video is a part 2 of our already uploaded video in the channel. In the first part, we saw how to develop a banking API with the use of Spring Boot, Spring Security, Spring Data JPA, and Tabnine as well. In that video, we covered some major concepts, and we went ahead at the end of the day to implement the use of Tabnine for the proper documentation of the code. Now, if you are just coming across this channel for the first time, please, you can go ahead, subscribe to this channel, give this video a thumbs up, and ping the bell icon. And to all of my previous subscribers and potentially new subscribers, if you feel more like supporting the channel, you can go ahead, buy me a cup of coffee. It means a lot to me. It gives me the motivation to keep on creating awesome content like this for you. And before we'll be able to get started with the development of our React.js application, I really want you to already know that you need to have hands-on experience with HTML and CSS as well as JavaScript as a whole, because that will really ensure that you will be able to follow along the development of this application. And finally, you need to have Node.js and npm installed inside of your machine. So in order for you to go ahead and install Node.js, you have to visit the Node.js official website, make a choice of your operating system, and then download either the distributed binary for your machine, or if you are making use of Ubuntu just like me, you can simply open up your terminal and type in this command: sudo apt install node.js. And it's pretty much simple. I already have Node.js installed inside of my machine, so I give a wrong password and click on enter, so it's gonna fail automatically. So that is that. So I'll simply close my terminal, and that is that. Now, if you already have Node.js installed, you can continue. But then again, if you don't have Node.js installed yet on your machine and npm, then you want to go ahead at first and have that installed. Now, if you are here to see the first part, I'll be leaving a link to the first part in the description of this video. And if you feel like checking it out, you want to know how to develop your own API yourself, then you can go ahead and check out that video. But then again, if you are just here because you want to build a banking dashboard with React.js alone, then I'll advise you to go ahead to the GitHub repository of my backend application, because that is the application we'll be using to build this application. So you want to clone that repository and have it started and running inside of your machine. But then again, you also need to have Java installed inside of your machine. So with all of those stated, let us move on to the next stage of our application. So now that we have Node.js and its package manager, which is npm installed, we can go ahead and bootstrap the project. So I'll open up my home directory, and inside of my home directory I still have my main project directory, which happens to be the bank project works. In the previous video I stated I will place both folders inside of this particular directory, though I've changed OS, but my directory still remains the same. So what I have to simply do now is just right click on any part and I'll simply open in the terminal. And you can do the same even if you are working with a Windows PC. So right here we are going to make use of the npx command to create our React project. So this should be npx create-reacte-app, and then we'll specify the name, which happens to be iobank front end. I'll simply click on enter. Now this process is going to take a while, so I'll simply pause the video, and while the bootstrapping of the project is completely done, I'll open in VS Code, and then we can continue with our project. Now I've bootstrapped our front-end application, so what's simply remaining is for us to take out the files that are pretty much not needed for the development of our own application. So part of those files include the report web vitals, the setup test, as well as the logo.svg. So I'll include that of the app.test file, and I'll simply delete these files. So now we have just this one remaining. Now let's take a look at our app.js file. And we will simply return nothing for now. And for our app.css file, I'm going to highlight everything right inside of it, and then I'll simply delete. And this should still be for our index.css file. The reason for this is because we'll be making use of Tailwind CSS, and we'll be installing its dependency. And then we are also going to look at how to configure it inside of our index.css file. Now don't forget, you need your Tabnine extension, and I already have mine here because most of the time we are going to be generating some of the codes with it. So back to my file 3, inside of my app.js, I want to take out this import statement, and then inside of my index.js as well, I want to also take out this import statement, as well as the whole of this comment and the report web vitals. So with that, we are okay with the implementations we have now. So let's just return an empty template, okay, or an empty element. So right, let's save and save. Let's see, I have this extension for saving files. Okay, so this is also save. Immediately I change the window, it's supposed to save, but probably due to some reason, I don't know why it's delaying in its own implementation. Now again, we need to install this particular extension ES7, okay, for generating React snippets for us. I'll show you an example. If I'm to take out the whole of this, I'll simply delete, for instance, and I type in RAFCE, we'll have this particular prompt, and when I click on it, it gives me the base structure of my React component. So I'll simply undo the whole of this stuff and leave what we already had before. So that is that. Now with all of this setup, we can now go ahead and start installation of the different dependencies that is required for the creation of this project. All right, now I've installed all of the different dependencies that we'll be using for the building of our application. I didn't want to really waste much of your time, so I've installed the dependencies on my part. Now I'll simply just give you a walkthrough of these different dependencies. First of all, we have Axios. Axios will be used for sending requests to our server application running on Spring Boot. And then we have Redux/toolkit. Okay, now this particular dependency enable us to manage state in the most recent way possible. Okay, with the latest release of the toolkit, we can see how we can practically manage state globally by just having stores in a different file. Now we have Readers.js, and not Readers.js, but pardon me, React Readers. Sorry. So we have okay, so that is for React Redux, and then we have Tailwind CSS. Now, if you observe, there's a flag D before the Tailwind CSS. This ensures that Tailwind CSS is stored as a dev dependency. We don't want everything from the Tailwind module or the Tailwind package to be inside of our build file when we finish building our application with npm build. So we just want whatsoever we've implemented inside of the application as a stars to be included in our project. Then we have React Router DOM for routing our different pages that makes up this particular application. And finally, we have React icons. If you take a look at our application, you will discover that we have some icons. Let's take, for example, the login page. Now this icon is coming from React icons. Okay, so that's more like the logo of this particular project. So I'll simply just collapse this, and yeah, these are the different dependencies that we have. Now you can go ahead and install this dependency on your part. So starting with Axios, toolkit, React Readers, Tailwind CSS, Router DOM, and the React icons. With this, we can fully get started with the project. So I'll simply move to my package.json file, and let us take a look at the list of dependencies that we have. Though I've taken out web vitals, but I'm still leaving it there. And we have these different dependencies: Axios, React DOM, React Readers, and React Script. Okay, and finally, if I'm to scroll to the bottom, we'll see that we have our dev dependency, and Tailwind is part of these dev dependencies. So now let's quickly create an additional file, which will be a .env file. Though for now I'm still yet to put anything inside of this file, but I just want to create it done right now. So I'll simply collapse this, and let's have our .env file. So this is practically an environment variable file. So this is where we are going to be defining our IOBank API. And in fact, I can just simply go ahead and do that now. So we are going to have React underscore app underscore IOBank server API underscore URL. Okay, and this should be equal to whatsoever we have as the endpoint of our server application. So this should be localhost 8080/API/v1. So that's the endpoint of our server application. Now you want to do this before even starting your React application, so it takes note of what has been stored as an environment variable. So we are going to be making use of this particular React API, this particular React environment variable. And even when we deploy our application on AWS Amplify, we are going to be overriding it with the path that leads to our own server application, also hosted on either AWS or Render, as the case might be. So that is that. Now we can start off by creating a different route that is going to be in our application. Now, before we get started with the creation of our routes, I stated that we are going to be configuring Tailwind CSS, and that is basically what I'm going to do now. So I'll paste in this particular test. So we have at Tailwind CSS base, we have the Tailwind CSS components, and we also have the Tailwind CSS utilities. Now simply just save this, and this is basically what we need to configure inside of our index.css file. And in addition to this, we want to create a Tailwind CSS config. So we'll make use of the command npx tailwind css in it. Okay, so it's going to generate a config file for Tailwind css, and right inside of this config file we can add additional styles into it. Okay, and these styles we can simply apply them inside of our main application. So that is that for the configuration of Tailwind CSS. So I'm going to collapse this and let us take a close look at the different pages that we are going to be having for our application, starting with just basic pages at first. So if I'm to open up my browser, as you can see, I'll have to expand this a bit. I'll simply click on this icon. Sorry, and yeah, we have our registration page at first, which is practically the first step that every user of this application is going to take. And now we have our login page. Now, apart from these two pages, there is another page, which is the successful registration page. Okay, so if a user has been successfully registered, that page is the page that the user will get redirected to. Let me show you an example of what I'm trying to see. So let's just quickly fill this thing with take Martin Johnny. Hope I spelled it correctly, but I can simply leave it as is, and I'll take out this S, and we are going to have just a random digit. And right here I'm selecting mail for this particular user, and for the date, since I'm here to provide any verification, I'll simply leave it as today. And yes, for the password, I'll just give it an anonymous password. Okay, tap that. Okay, so you discover that if I'm to take out something from my confirmed password, you discover that my button is disabled. We're going to see how we can achieve that as well later. So I'll simply make that right, and then I'll simply click on sign up. So this is the registration successful page I was trying to tell you about. Now your account has been successfully created. You cannot log in. So when you click on this login, it's going to redirect you back to the login page. So we now have 3 pages now. So I'll simply save it and let's log in. But then again, let's make use of something else. Let's make use of Martins, and I'll simply log in. So that was Martin without an S, and this is Martins with an S. Now Martins has a dashboard, and we have this main dashboard as the main direct, or perhaps the main part that leads to other parts inside of the application or other routes inside of the application. Take for instance the home, the accounts, and we can see that we have dashboard/accounts. In the payment, we have dashboard/payment, and this part doesn't change, the header and that of the navbar. Okay, and for transactions, the same thing. Card and settings and profile are basically pages I didn't really implement since it's just for tutorial purposes. I'm just leaving it as a form of flexibility. If you're planning to go much more further into this project, you can as well just include what you want to, let it suit your own need and purpose. So back to my code editor, we see now that we have a couple of pages. Now let's go ahead and create a directory which I'll call page. Okay, now I've gone to create the different pages that makes up this application. So let's quickly take a close look at what we have here. So I created a directory which I called pages, and here I created an inner directory again which I called dashboard, just like we had it inside of the browser just a few moments ago. So we saw the different components or the different routes that makes up the entire dashboard. So inside of this dashboard, I define all those different routes. We have the account, the card, the convert page, the home page, payment, profile, settings, and the transactions page as well. And for pages that are outside of this dashboard, we have the whole dashboard itself. We have our login page, and we have a protected route. This is more like a utility, or I'll say a component, but I just feel like to place it inside of our pages directory. Now we also have a redirect page just for redirecting, which also falls in line with utility, but then again I simply just placed it right inside of the pages directory. And now we have our register page, And finally, we have the registration successful page. I have to define all of these components. The reason is because if I fail to define them, I won't be able to make use of them inside of my route definition. So we're going to see that in a jiffy. Now, for all of these different files or different components I've defined, I have to specify or create a React component out of it. And like I stated, you can make use of the RAFCE keyword. So we have RAFCE, and I'll simply click on enter, and it just generates this snippet out for me. So we also need this across all of these different JSX components. Now you can go ahead and do that for all of these different pages, and then you can continue again with me on this video. Now this same React structure applies for all of the different components or the different pages of our application, and except for our protected route, which I'm yet to implement anything inside of this particular component, and for our redirect.js, which although I've implemented, but then again it takes a kind of different structure. So what we simply have is a navigation that navigates to our dashboard. So anytime it comes across a simple slash page, it's practically going to navigate to the dashboard. Or perhaps every time you are trying to access the application for the first time, it's going to directly lead you to the dashboard. But then again, it carries out some check using this protected route to ensure that you are authenticated or authorized to view the dashboard. And in that case, if it finds out that you are not yet authenticated or authorized, it's going to redirect you to the login page. So that is why we have the protected route. But still yet, I'm yet to make any implementation on that, and we are going to be doing that in a moment from now. So I'll simply drop this down, and now we want to move over to our app.js file. Okay, so this is the main entry point of our application, as you all know it for React application, and this is where we are going to be creating our browser routers. So let me just simply go ahead and create something now. So right here we want to define a particular value. So this should be const route, and this should be create browser router, and right inside of this particular element we are going to have an array of routes. Okay, so starting with what are we going to define? The path and the elements. So firstly, this is the path slash, and we want the redirect element inside of this particular page. So I'll simply just highlight to store that path, and then just simply give it the redirect. Okay, so that is that. Now we have the redirect defined. So let's make this on separate lines, and this one as well. Okay, tabbing, and yeah, let me take this part from it, Control X, paste it right here. So we have the first part, and it has been stored inside of our route value, or inside of our route variable. So I'll simply highlight the whole of this, Control C, and then I'll include a comma and paste it right here. So this should be our next part, and as we all have it, we are going to have the slash login. Okay, and this should be login. So that is for login, and now I'll simply highlight the whole of this, Control C because of the comma, and paste it right here, and this should be slash register. And let me just simply highlight the whole of everything, and just take note of what I'm going to do now. I'll simply type in register, and if you will observe, I do not have what I'll simply call I didn't have a case where all of the arrow are in the same case, more like in a lowercase letter. But for the login, because it had a capital L, it took a capital R at this beginning part. So the reason for that is because I have an extension called match case something. Okay, so we have multiple cursor case preserve, not match case, but multiple cursor case preserve. You can go ahead and install that extension. So I'll simply collapse my file tree, and a much more better way to define each of these particular component is simply just the name, and more like an XML definition. So I'm going to do that for all of these components. So right here we'll still repeat the same thing for our register, and now I'll simply take out this part again, Control C, paste it right here, and you want to have our dashboard. And finally, I think I still have a page. Let's see about that. Login, protected routes. We have redirect. Okay, I already have it defined. We have registration successful, so I'm simply going to paste again, and we are going to have successful as the path, and we are going to have registration successful as the component or the element. Now, while we have all of these different elements defined, we have a protected route, and that protected route is for our dashboard. So when I implement this protected route, we are going to wrap this inside of that protected route. So we're going to make changes right to this particular element. Now, for the rest route that are stored inside of the dashboard, we are going to be defining it inside of our dashboard element. So we can leave everything as is now, and then we can simply import what I'll call the router provider. So right here we want to return a router provider, and let's have it, router provider, and right at the top, let's see if that particular element was imported. Okay, we have it right here, router provider, coming from Reactjs, and that is correct. So I'll move down again, and inside of this particular definition, we want to define our router. So this should be our router, and this should be routes. Okay, so this is the route we just defined. So this is the value. Okay, so that is that, and that is basically what we are simply returning. Now, with all of this here, we can go ahead now and start styling our different pages and start creating of the components. So with this, you will definitely know how to, carry out your routing. So let us start up our application and start applying the different styles to it. Now I've already started the application and it's running at port 3000. So I'll simply open up my Chrome browser. Let's see what we have here. Firstly, we have our application that is hosted on Render already. And the reason I'm making use of this is just for the mockup, that is the UI, because I'll be referencing it over time. And right here, we want to open our own application running on our local machine at port 3000. So we want to take a close look at the login page and see what we have here inside of the login page. So now this is what we have here, and right inside of my pages directory, I want to move over to the login page, and I want to collapse this or perhaps reduce the size so we can share screen with what we have here. So I'll simply collapse my file tree as well as collapse the terminal. At first, let us apply a Tailwind CSS file to this particular login page. Firstly, we have to specify the class name, and it's coming directly from Tailwind CSS. So I'll give it a test color of blue. So this should be test blue, and the weight should simply be 500. Now, if you take a close look, this style is yet to be applied. The reason is because I have not finish the proper configuration of my Tailwind config file. So let's just simply do that. So right inside of the Tailwind config file, I'll have to pass in the particular part that this styles from Tailwind should be applied to. So this should be ./src/ two asterisks to imply that any path inside of our source directory, even subdirectories, this style should be applied to, and it should be applied to all files with the .js extension. So I'll simply collapse this so we'll get a proper view of what I'm trying to say. So I'll simply just save this now, and we should have our style being applied to our login page. So that is that. But then again, there is a lot of styling and other custom styling that I've already implemented in the previous application. So what I'll simply do is highlight the whole of this and paste that value right here. So we'll just take a close look at the custom stylings I've also included inside of our Tailwind CSS config. First of all, I've configured the content. That is just practically what I just showed you. And inside of the theme, we have this extend object, and inside of this extend object is where we are going to be defining other values that are not defined inside of Tailwind CSS or does not come inbuilt with what Tailwind CSS already has to offer. Take for instance, we have the keyframes for animation and the sliding, and then we have our font family specified the Roboto font right here, and we have a min width. Okay, in some cases I'm going to be making use of this minimum width, and when I specify minimum width of 500, it's going to apply minimum width of 500 pixels, just as I have defined the value right here. So we have what else we have for the width, we have the padding, and we also have for margin, minimum width, max width, as well as even colors. Now I'll move back to my login page, and let's take a look at what we have in our main login page. So we have this icon, we have the name of our bank, and then we have this form which happens to have a background color that is quite different from the main page background color. And the main page background color is a gradient of both gray and white. As you observe, it's kind of a light gray at the top and a white color at the bottom. So it's kind of make our form elements simply just blend in a bit to the background color. Now we can go ahead now, take out everything we have on this part, and then we are going to create a main element. They should be in anchor bracket, and inside of our main element we are going to have a section, and right inside of this section, firstly we are going to have an h1, and this h1 I'll simply just first of all specify the name of our bank without that particular logo, or perhaps I'll simply call it an icon because it's an icon. And right underneath that we are going to have a form. And inside of this form, at first we have a simple paragraph with the text log into your account. So this should be log in to, not in caps but in lowercase, log into your account. And then we have a couple of elements, which happens to be a label for our input, and for our email, and a label for our password inputs on box. So right now, for us to achieve this, we have to simply group it inside of a div element, and afterward we can also copy that div element, make the necessary changes, and then we will have that of the password. So I'll simply just specify div element, and right here we are going to have this, which I'll simply just tab in. You can see this is from Tabnine. We have the HTML for email, and we also have the div element, the input element of type email, name email, and the ID is of email. Now for React to work and apply the changes that will be made inside of this input element, we also have to specify the value. And because React is a stateful framework, we will make use of a React hook called useState. Now for newbies, this might be new to you. the way of managing state, but we are going to see much more in detail when we look at the other parts that makes up this particular application. Now, my approach to this section is that we are going to learn how to make use of Tailwind CSS inside of our login and our register page, and also how to create React components. But for other parts, we are also going to learn how to make use of the different packages one at a time that we've installed inside of our React application. So first of all, we're going to create an object. So this should be const user, and this should be equal to a use state instance. So this should be use, not user state, but use state. And inside of this, I'll simply define an object value. So I want to simply tab this in. We have the email and we have the password, and use state has not been imported, so let's have that right here. It's my bad. Okay. Okay, what am I missing or what am I doing wrong? Let's see. Use state, enter. Okay, use state from React. Okay, practically that error is fixed. Now we want to simply start the application of the styling to our form element, that is our input element. So before we do that, the reason I created that user object was so we can refer to the value inside of our input element. So we have a value. So I'm going to have a value, and this value will be equal to user dot email, and that is for our email box. Now for the password, I'll simply highlight the whole of this and place it underneath this, and then highlight all of the email text, and then we are going to have password in place of that. Okay, right now we can take a close look at what we already have. So I'll simply just reload this. Let's see. And yes, we have the pay, we have everything defined, but we are yet to apply any styles or whatsoever to this particular page. So now the different styles I'll apply will start for the styles of our main elements. So back right here, I want to apply a font style of Roboto, a font of Roboto. So this should be class name, and we are going to have, I don't want double quote, but oops. So we're going to go with double quote for now. So we have a font family of Roboto, and we are going to have a flex display. This flex display should be in a column format, and for our screen, we want, for our width, we want the whole screen just for the base, and for small screen that are bigger than just the base screen, we want a full screen, a full width for the screen, and for large screen, we want the whole screen. And this also applies to medium screen. And for the height, we want the whole screen, and we want to justify everything inside of this particular main element to the center. And for our items, we want to also place it at the center. I'll simply save. So we have everything in the center of our page. So if I'm to take a close look at what we have here, we have this gradient color like I stated previously, and we are going to apply that as well. So back to my login page inside the code editor, we want to apply this background gradient. So this should be bg-gradient, and we have to write, and we are going to have from gray value, from a gray color, or from width 300 to a white color of width 500. Okay, now simply save this. And practically it will be quite difficult for you to feel the difference now, but when I surround this particular HTML form element with a background color of white, we'll see how it blends with this particular page or this particular background color. So right now that you've seen how to apply size with Tailwind CSS, now I want to make correction to what I previously did when I defined this simple user. It's supposed to be more like an array value, pardon me. So it should be user, and then we are going to have another variable called set user to set the values that is being specified inside of the user object. Okay, because we cannot directly access the user because it has to re-renders and do a lot of things, and since it stores in state, we make use of set user, which happens to be a defined function. Okay, so now we want to just highlight everything, Control A, just to highlight everything. Now simply paste the code for my login page. Now the same styling we just applied to our main element T applies, and right now we have login to your account twice. I'll take that out, and let's see what we have again. So we have an input box for our email, and we also have an input box for our password. And if I take a close look at what we have here, we have username in place of email, and I believe username is what is coming directly from our server application, more like the defined fields inside of our login DTO. So I'll move to the bottom, and here we are going to apply this change. Firstly, the HTML4 can be left as is because the type is of email and the ID can be of email. Now for the name, we want to simply call it username, and for the value, it should simply be user.username. Okay, so that fixes that issue. But when we take a close look at what we have right here, we have a scenario whereby we have duplicates, almost duplicate values. First of all, this div and the one after it are very similar. I'll collapse this and also hide the file tree so we'll get the proper view of what I'm trying to say. So they still have the same styling, and just what's practically different is the values that this particular element inside of this div holds. For instance, this first one holds the value of the email and hold the details of the email, and for the second div we have details of the password. But for the unchanged, that is the action that is applied when the input is being accessed or is being tapped on, we have the same function. And let us take a close look at what has been defined inside of that function. So for our handle input function, we have an event, and inside of this event inside of the function we are making use of the event to change values inside of our user, because we've banded the different fields to the different input boxes that are being defined. So let us quickly take a close look at what we have inside of our browser. So this is our login page, and when I simply click on this button, is going to get enabled. I'll just scroll back and let's see. So that is that. Click on login, and it says login successful because that is what I've defined inside of my login function, just for now as a dummy implementation. So we have it right here, login, and it's alert login successful. Now this is kind of redundant because we have similar stuff, and this also applies to our registration page, because if we take a close look at the registration page coming from our main application hosted on Render, if I'm to click on create one, you see that we have a lot of input boxes, and we having to type all of this over and over and over again makes the code kind of not readable and maintainable. To fix that, we are going to create a new directory inside of our system, and that directory is what I'll simply call components. So it should be directly inside of our source. So right here we are going to have a component, and the first component we want to create is an input component. So this should be input component.js. Okay, simply click on enter. So right inside of our input component, I want to move back to my login page. Now simply copy one of these div elements, Control C, and I'll paste it right here. Oops, my bad. Not just like that. We have to at first have a snippet of our React component, which is the input component, and taking out this div, I want to paste the other div right inside of it, and we want to tab all of this in a bit. So that is that. Now, because React has what is known as prop drilling, we can props drilling, we can drill props, that is properties, into this input component. So right now I'm going to pass in what I'll call an input prop, and that is that. I'll have to spell it correctly. So this should be our input prop, and for our input prop we are going to have values being passed dynamically. So this should be input prop dot label. Okay, and for our HTML4 it should be input prop dot feed, specifying the particular type of feed that will be passed into our input details. And right here we are going to have input prop dot placeholder. Okay, and for the type we simply have input prop dot type, specifying the type of the input. ID happens to be our input prop dot feed. I'll tap that in, and this class name, this same styling applies. This is coming from Tailwind CSS, as you already know it, so we'll leave that one as is. Now for the name, this should be our input prop dot feed again, and right here we want to pass in the input prop dot value. So this should be input prop dot value, and we have that already. And we are also going to have input prop dot, I'll simply call it input prop dot onChange. Okay, so this should be more like the action that happens when our input is being changed, so that what we are going to simply pass to this feed of the input prop object is the handle click action. Okay, so right now, handle input change. So right now we want to move back to our login page after we've saved this particular file, and let's simply see how we can drill those props right into our input component. So instead of having this div, I'm going to have an input component. Okay, and right here I'm going to specify the different values inside of this input component. So my input prop should go like this, should be equal to an object, and right now the first value, I'll have to take a close look at what I previously had. So let's leave this one at first. And let's just put it right here. Because I'll be referring to it. So we have our input prop, input component, not prop. And to curly brace and tabbing. And right here, we want to first of all pass in the feed name, and this should be equal to, what feed is this? The username. And not like that, but like this. And the next one happens to be our type, and the type should be of email. And the next should be, oops, my bad, I'm just giving a straight assignment statement, and that is wrong. This is object definition. So our value should be our username, and on change should simply be equal to handle input change. And then we are going to have one more, which happens to be the placeholder, and this should be equal to enter user, perhaps enter email address. So this should all be in quotes. And yes, now I can simply highlight the whole of this. Let's see what we have here. And yeah, I'll take it out. And right on our browser, you can see that input component is not defined. Probably it has not been imported yet into my particular login page. So right now that error is fixed, and we can see and reload. Let's see. Now we have the input component as it is supposed to be. So now I'm simply going to highlight the input component again, Ctrl C, and paste it underneath the second div. And yes, let's practically just quickly make some changes to this particular input component. So I'll simply highlight the username, and we want a password instance this time around. And for the type, we are going to have password. And for our placeholder, we are simply going to have enter password. Okay, so on change remains the same because we specified the value. And I can simply take out this second div, and you can now see that our code is much more compact in a way that it's kind of short, precise, and easily readable. And if we are to make change to the input component as a whole, we will just simply move to our input components. Probably want to change the style, we'll simply apply the style to the class name right here. So back to our login page, page. Yes, I'll simply save, and right inside of my browser I'll just reload. And yes, we have it right here. Oh, there might be a little changes in the style, so let me move back. Let's see if I reduce the size a bit. Let's see. So I think it's still the same, just that the styling or perhaps the zoom rate, okay, there's still a bit of a difference, and that has to do with the paddings that has been applied. So I'll just leave as is. We are good to go with what we already have. So that is for that. Now let us quickly take a close look at everything that has been defined inside of our login page or the login component. So we've specified the user, and this user is the state of the user that is to be authenticated in the application, having the details of the username and the password. And for our handle input change, we're ensuring that anytime our input changes, we are setting the specific feed to the user defined instance right here. So take for instance, if our email field is to change, or our username field is to change, then the value associated with this particular user will change as well. And we're going to see how to handle authentication in a moment from now. But then again, just so you have a brief overview and a clear understanding of what we've implemented so far for our login page. Now, our login page is much more readable and can easily be maintainable. Our register page is a page that is similar to our login page. So what I just pretty much did was copy from my previous implementation, and I'll simply just paste it right inside of our register page. And if there are any changes we have to make in order to make it compatible with what we've defined on our own part, I'll be doing just that. So let us quickly have a brief walkthrough of this register page component. So I've defined my user, and I'm using states, and we can see that I've passed in an object and specified the different fields that will make up my particular user that's about to get registered. And that is that. And I'm having an error state right here. So in case when my user tries to create an account, that error will indicate that, okay, an error occurs. This error has to do with the validation of the user. Okay, so now we are going to scroll down a bit, and right here I have my sign up function, which I'll be providing proper implementation for in a couple of moments from now. So we just simply have alert sign up successful, and we are handling input change just like we did with our login page. And then we can see that we have an error style. So this error style, it's not practically what I implemented, but for our disable style, this disable style is going to be applied to our button. In case where the user validation is not proper, that is, the validate user returns false or has errors, then we want to simply apply this first styles. And in case where the reverse is the case, that is, our user input is valid, then we want to apply the second style. Now this is just the content. We still have the same styling for our main component, just like we had for our login page. And then we have the respective input component inside of our form. So we have for the first name, the last name, the username, which happens to be the email. We also have for the tail, and right here we have a select instance. So in case we want to provide options like the gender, we have male and female. So instead of making use of an input, in this case we are going to make use of a select element. So that is that for the registration page. And finally, we have to define or create a component or a helper component that is going to validate this particular user. So that component is just simply going to take a user, and I'll be creating that component inside of another file. I won't call it a component per se, but I'll just call it a helper function. So I'll call this helper, and since this helper function is to be applied to our register page, so I'll just nest it again inside of another directory, and this should be validate user.js. okay, so that is that. I'll simply go ahead and have a copy of this particular validate user function, and then I'll simply just paste it. So right here I'm going to paste in the content of this validate user, and finally you can see that we are exporting our validate user. So back to my register page, let's see if we already have the import statement for our validate user, and it happens that we do not have it yet. So I'll simply move to this button, take out this first part, sorry, the last letter, place it back, and we should have this prompt that has us to import from our helper I won't call it package, but our helper directory. So package has to do with Java. So I'll simply just save. Now with all of this, let's check and see if our implementations are properly being implemented. And on a final note, for our login page, the reason why we didn't really have the same style previously with what we have from render was because I was missing out on something, and that was the label of which are already implemented. And you can see for this first part I've specified a label of email, and for the second part I've specified a label of password. So now our page should look exactly as what we have from Brenda. So I'll simply see if my server is still running. So let's open up my browser and let's move to our register page. And here we have the styling just as it's expected of it. Okay, now click on login, and yeah, it has taken me to the login page, and when I have the email as well as the password. So with all of this, we have seen how to create components, and we've also seen how to properly apply styles, and finally we have seen how to carry out validating of a user. So before I'll move on to the next phase of this project, let us take a close look at what we have inside of this validate user. Now this validate user was practically being generated by Tabnine itself, and we can see that we have this helper function to add error message, and we can see we have const add error, we specify the field, and we have the message. Now we say that if the user name field is empty, we see that we have add error first name, indicating the particular field where this error should apply, and it also applies to the rest. Now when it comes to that of our email, we see that we want to apply a kind of much more different approach to ensure that it's a valid email. Okay, though I've specified already, but then again we also have to provide another validation. Now finally, inside of our register page, we can see that we are simply applying our validate user right here. So in case where our validate user happens to be false or has errors, then our button will take on the style of disable style. So that is that, and that disable style is what I've pretty much explained previously. You can see it's going to take the whole of this, either one of these values, depending on what we have for our validate user. So now we can go on to start implementing our APIs. To go ahead with our API implementation, we'll have to create an API directory inside of our own source directory. So this should simply be API, and inside of this API directory, we are going to have a JS file that is also called API. So right here, this is where we are going to make use of Axios. So pardon me, I'll simply delete this part and move to trash, and I want to create a file, not a directory. So this should be API.js, and yes, we have it. Now right inside of our API file, we want to import Axios, and see how easy it is for us to create an API layer with Axios. So right now I'll simply import, and this should be coming from Axios. And the next thing for us is to define an Axios parameter. So this should be const Axios param, and it's an object. We're going to have this object that goes like this. First of all, we specify our base URL path. I'll simply tab this in. I want to point out something. First of all, our server side is not running on 3000, but rather it's running on port 8080. However, in cases where we are in a production environment, we want to make use of a path that is passed in as environment variable. So that is why we have this initial environment file right here at the at our file tree. So this part is where we are going to define our host endpoint for our server. So I'll simply highlight the whole of this, Control C, and back to my API file. We want to place it right here. So either this, or we use the short circuit to say if this is not available, then believe me, it's in our development environment, then make use of localhost 8080. So that is for that. Now the next value we want to set is the timeout time. So we'll simply tab this in. It's my bad. I'll give it a value of 5000 as 5 seconds, and finally we want to specify the header, so I'll simply tap that in as well. So we've defined our Axios parameter. Now this Axios parameter will be used for the creation of an Axios instance. So let's go to the bottom and we'll simply tap that in. Now all of these are coming from Tabnine. Now the next is to define a list of HTTP requests that will be carried out with our API instance. So this should be const API, and this API is going to take in an instance of Axios. Okay, and right here we'll have a curly braces and we are going to return a list of value. Now I'm supposed to accept what is provided here by Tabnine, but I have my own implementation because firstly we are going to be passing our URL and not just the params as a whole, but we're also going to be passing the header. Okay, so take a close look at what I'm going to do right now. So we are going to have a get, and right here we have our URL followed by the headers. So we have room for flexibility. It's going to be an empty curly braces. The reason for this is because in some cases we have to pass in our authorization token, and in cases where we want to pass in our authorization token, the token should be added to what has been previously defined to our Axios param. Okay, so that is that. Now I can simply tab that in, and instead of just having these headers like this, we are going to have it inside of a curly brace. So we are going to repeat the same thing for the put, the get, the delete, and the patch, but with a little bit of changes. Now in the case of get, we just simply need the URL, but in the case of a post request, we are going to pass in data. This applies to a patch request as well as a put request. So we are going to have a post request this time around, and I simply just want to so we are going to have a post, and I'll simply just accept everything from Tabnine. And finally, let's have a patch request as well. Now in the case of the delete request, we don't need the body, so I'll take it out. And Tabnine is giving me what practically do not want. This is not C, so I'm going to take that out. So now we've successfully created our API, so we can just do an api.get and specify an additional path which will be attached to our base URL to make a request to our server. So with all of this, we want to export our API, so simply export default API, and we pass in our Axios instance that has been defined. Okay, right now that our API layer has been created, we can go ahead now and implement the logic for registering a user. In order for us to achieve that, we are going to make use of React, Redux, and the Reactjs toolkit. So let us go ahead and create a features directory right inside of our source directory. So we're going to have features, and this features is going to hold a couple of other directories depending on the entity we are going to create a slice for. And in this case, we are creating a slice for our user because we are focusing on the registration of a user. So we are going to have /user slice, and it's going to have a .js extension. And yes, we have it. So right now we are going to create slice. Now it's a way that React Redux works. The React toolkit, sorry, the Reactjs toolkit works. So right now we want to at first have an initial state. So this should be const initial state, and this should be equal to an object. And firstly, we want to have a user value of just a simple empty object, and the next value should be our status. Okay, so the actions that this slice is going to carry out are actions that changes states over time. So depending on the result of the action, the status of our slice would be different. Okay, so for instance, without carrying out any action, our status should be or should have a value of idle. I'll put it that way. So now we are going to have a value of idle initially, and yeah, that is that for our initial state. Now we can go ahead now and create our slice. So in order for us to create our slice, we simply export const user slice, and this should be equal to create slice. And here we are going to define a couple of bits. Now because my initial state is as is, what I'll simply do is just tab this in. Okay, so you can see that we have login and we have logout, but because we cannot just define a sync function right inside of this particular reducers function, we will have to do it elsewhere. So what I'll simply do now is take out this part, and I want to just have a simple function that I'll define, which I'll call reset status. Okay, and it's going to be like this. It's going to take in our state, and right here we are going to set our status to idle. So it simply resets the status to idle. Now this is a function, and in order for us to access this function, we are going to make use of a React hook called use dispatch. Now we're going to see how to define use dispatch right inside of our register page component definition. So that is for that. Now I'm naming this particular user slice user because we are going to make use of this name to access the whole slice inside of another file which is called the store. So let's go ahead now and create a store. So to create a store, I'm going to create inside of an app directory, and this should be store.js, and yes, that is it. So we have store.js defined right here, and back to my user slice, let us export the values that we have. So starting with our reset status, I'll simply tab this in. So we have the reset status coming from our reducer. So it's an action, like I stated. So this action is going to take in the state, and then the state is going to assess this initial state that has been defined, the value inside of it, and it has the status of idle. So it's going to simply change the value to idle. Okay, so we are going to have a couple of functions that changes this state, and there is need for us to reset the state after a particular action has been carried out. So that is why we need the reset status. Now in addition to our actions, that is the reset status that we just simply exported from this slice, we also want to export the user and the status itself. So this should be export const, and I'm simply going to call it fetch user. It's more like fetching the user, and simply tab that in, and we are going to have state.user.user, and the next thing is to export the fetch status, and I'll simply tab that in as well. We have state.user.status. Unlike what we had here inside of our create slice, where the state was directly accessing value that was defined inside of the initial state object, this is outside of the slice, and in that case we have to access the name of the slice first of all, making use of the state, which is state.user, which happens to be the name. Then that is how we can then access whatsoever is being defined inside of the initial state. Now to make everything correct, we have to import our create slice. So I'll scroll to the top, and I want to import create slice, and this should be coming from, I think, at readers.js. Toolkit. Okay, yeah, so that is it. Now I've practically imported this. Now we can go ahead now and implement our store. So right now inside of our store, we are yet to have any implementation, but I've already prompted Tabnine to give me just basic implementation for this particular, for our particular store, giving me the minimum implementation that we have, and so far we already have just a single slice, which is the user reducer, and it did went on to give me what it is exactly that I want. I say using the latest Redux toolkit format, implement a store and just add a user reducer to the store without defining the user slice. Okay, I told you not to define the user slice because I already have it defined right here. So I'll simply save my slice and back to my store. Let us insert whatsoever Tabnine has generated for us. Now we have it right here. So I'll simply open my browser and we can reload. So I'll open a new window. Previous window was closed. Sorry, right here, and let me put it on one side of the screen. Simply escape this, and we can access our local host on 3000 endpoint. Okay, it says convert module not found, can't resolve at Reactjs/toolkit in my definition. So let's take a close look at what we have inside of our package.json. So right now I'm going to open up my file tree. I want to scroll down to the package.json, and we don't have at Reactjs toolkit, so we have to install that. I thought I installed it previously, so let's make that correction. So I'm going to open up my terminal, and we are going to right away install it with a new bash terminal. So this should be npm I. We're going to have at Reactjs/toolkit. Okay, so with this install, our error should be automatically resolved. Okay, now that it has been installed, I'll simply collapse my terminal, and let's take a close look at what we have again. Now it says can't resolve user slice in this particular part, so I'm going to open up my store. Let's take a look at what we have in the store, and the relative path for looking for our user as relating to the store is not correct because this is directly coming from Tabnine. So we also have to make corrections to that. So this should be a double period followed by the slash. That should be features. Oh, am I correct? Let's see. One directory up, and we're going to have features slash user, and that is it. So that makes everything correct. So I'm going to open up my browser again and see. It says imported as user reducer was not found. So we kind of have to find what the issue is. So let's move back to our reducer, our slice. And yeah, I'll fail to export my reducer. So this should be export default reducer, user slice.reducer. So by default, we are going to have a reducer now. So back to my browser, let's see. I'll simply reload, and it says create slice was not found from Reactjs toolkit. So this should also be inside of a curly brace. Let's reload now. Save at first, and okay, now it's properly working. So I do not really know why it takes quite some time for all of my autosave extensions to work properly, but then again, I just manually had to save it. So that is why we were having that issue at first. So now we can simply move back to our login, perhaps register page, and here we can now provide proper implementations for our create account action. In order for our pages to access the different functions or the different states that are defined inside of these different slices, we have to provide our store globally to the whole application, or perhaps to the whole roots of our application. And in order for us to achieve just that, we move over to our app.js file, and this our router provider, we are going to wrap it inside of another provider, and that provider is going to have a prop of store, and that provider is practically coming from React Reader. So let's just do that. So we have provider, and let's see if we are going to have a suggestion come up, and we are yet to have that. So right inside of this provider, I'm going to highlight the whole of this. I'll simply move it right inside of it, and now I want to make a new line. So I'll type that in, and this provider, like I stated, is coming from React Redux. So I'll simply click on enter. So we have it imported, and now I'll provide the value for the store property, which we have right here, and I want to pass in the store we just created a few moments ago. And you can see this store this time around is coming from app/store. So I'll click on enter so that we can have that imported as well. So we have the provider, and we also have our store. So now we can go ahead and move back to our user slice, where we can implement our create async tongue that React Redux JS toolkit comes with. Now by default, we cannot create async operations inside of these reducers, so we are going to have an extra reducer that is going to help us do just that. But before we define that extra reducer, we want to define a simple function, and I already have that function. I'll simply just paste it right now so you get to see it, where I'll just give a proper explanation of the function. So this is the function. It goes like this. It's a function for registering a user. Now the name of the function is simply user/register, and we can see that we have create async tongue, and it's going to execute an asynchronous operation, takes in a user details, and this user details will simply be the details coming from our register page. And you can see that we have the data and error, and if there is an error, it shows the error, and in case where there is no error, it simply returns the data. Now we are exporting this, but we also have to let our slice be aware of this. Now for our slice to be aware of this, we have to define another feed variable inside of this, and this should be extra reducers, and its definition goes like this. So I'll simply take out this part not included. So we're going to have a builder. Okay, now we are going to have a curly braces, and finally we can add cases to our extra reducer with this builder. So I'll simply tab the whole of this in, and let's see what we can do and see how we can make changes to this. So first of all, this is going to take just in the state, and in this case we can pass in our action, because when the action is fulfilled, we expect a data back, and this data will be in the payload or the body of the action. So right now we want to set the state of pending, not loading. Okay, and I'm going to take out this part, and instead of error we are going to have a state of fade. And finally the success is okay, and here we can set our user. So this should be state.user, and this should be equal to action.payload. So yeah, that is that for our extra reducers in the case of registering a user. So right now, in order for us to make use of this register user function in our register file or our register page, we have to make use of a dispatch definition. So right now we want to define a dispatch operator. So this should be const dispatch, and this should be equal to use dispatch. So I'll have to click on that so we have it imported, and we also want to get the status of our user. So we simply say const, and this should be status. It should be equal to use selector, and right now we are simply going to pass in fetch status, and that is it. Now it should be much more proper if I'm to call this particular feed fetch user status. So I'll change that. So right now, instead of fetch status here, we'll have fetch user status, And inside of my user slice, I want to make that correction. We're going to have fetch user status as well. So right now, when we click on our our register or sign up button inside of our register page, let's see what we have. So we have the sign up button right here. So when we click on this button, our sign up operation is being executed. Now we have an alert sign up, that was just a dummy operation. Now what we want to do is dispatch this operation to our user slice. So we're going to make use of that dispatch we just previously defined. And we have dispatch. Right now we are going to pass in our register user. Okay, I'll have to import that, and then we are going to pass in the user, and this user is just this value that has been defined. And recall that as we set the state, so as we fill in the different input boxes, we are changing the values, and we have to also ensure that we are validating the user before our sign up button can be clicked. Okay, so that is that for the registration. Then again, if we want to register a user for our already existing application, we discover that when we click on the button, we have a spinner that spins to tell us that something is actually going on in the background. So right now I'm going to create a spinner component, and we're going to make use of that spinner component inside of our register page. To create that component, we'll simply move to our component file or directory, and we will call that component the spinner component. So this should be spinner. And right here, I'll simply just copy what I already had and paste it inside of this spinner component. So right here, I'll paste it right here. So this is the content of the spinner component. It's more like it's an SVG, and we have the section and cycle, and then we also have the part, and we have the color. Okay, so let's say other color was defined. We have current color, and yeah, that's just it. That's true current color as well. And I don't really know how that current color was defined. I'm just practically trying to look for it. Okay, so that is that for our spinner. So I'll simply save. Now we have to import the spinner into our register class in order for us to make use of it. Now inside of our register page, let us have our spinner import and place it inside of our main element. Before that, let me simply wrap the whole of this code so that everything can go into a new line, so you can get a proper view of everything. So we'll discover that we have our main container for our register page having a position of relative, and for the spinner we can clearly see that we've set a position of absolute, and we've also set the spinner element to be in the center of its containing parent. So back to the register page, just underneath this main element we want to place our spinner component. So this should be spinner. Okay, and that is that. So we'll have to import spinner. We either do it manually, or let's see if we have a suggestion from VS Code. So we have no choice but to import the spinner manually from the components directory. So this should be import spinner. We have to go up one directory, and then we're going to have component, and then we have our spinner. So that is that. Now I'll simply save. So let's see what we have on our browser. So I'll open up the browser, and we can see that we have create-reacte-app and API not defined inside of our user slice. So it's compiled with a problem, so we have to fix that. So we have to import those two particular actions or feeds. So first of all, we have to import our function, which is the create-reacte-app coming from Reactjs/toolkit. And the next thing is to import our API. So we have API from, we have to go to directory of was, because this user slice is inside of a user directory, which is also inside of a features directory. So we are going to have /API/API. So that is that. Now simply save. Now I'll move back to my browser and I simply want to reload. Now it says this URL is not defined, and let's see again. So we have to move back to our API file itself. So let's check it out right here. So we have to scroll to the top and we have the API. Okay, what I simply did was just specify it without having to define it at first, and that is pretty much wrong. Since I'm accessing it as an environment variable, I'll have to specify the process cess.env. Okay, so we now have process.environment.react-app and specify the IO server API URL. So I'll simply save this and we might still come up, okay, the issue has been resolved, but initially sometimes the issue might not get resolved. We'll have to start the application over again. So I'll simply reload, and yeah, let's move over to our register page. And right here we can see now that we have our spinner, but we don't want the spinner just spinning all around. We only want the spinner spinning when we click on the sign up button. Our spinner component is a component that will be accessed globally throughout all the different pages of this application. So in order for us to be able to manage the state globally, we have to create a new slice that is called the page slice. So there are different ways you can do this, but what I prefer to do was to simply create this slice just to ensure consistency across the different pages instead of having to start over and declare new variables to keep in touch with the different states of our status. So what I simply do is to create this particular slice, which is called the page slice. So it should be directly inside of the page directory, inside of our features directory. So we're going to have a page slice. And yes, I'll just go ahead and paste in this snippet. Okay, so let us take a close look at what we have inside of this page slice. So we have the initial state, just like what we previously had with our user slice, and we are setting the show spinner to false, and this is the initial state. The spinner should not be shown, and then we are setting a spinner delay of 3 seconds, and then we are setting open navbar to false. Now this open navbar is what we are going to be looking at when we now open our dashboard. Now the reason for this open navbar is due to the fact of the difference in screen size of different applications, different devices. So we are going to look at how to implement the open navbar in a couple of minutes from now. Now for our page slides, we've defined the name again, so this should simply be page, not pages. So I'll take out that S, and we want our initial state, which is this state, and this is our reducers, and these are the couple of actions that can be carried out by this reducer. So we have the open spinner to set the show spinner to true. We also have the close spinner to set it back to false, and finally we have our toggle navbar, which is to toggle the navbar, and that has to do with our open navbar right here. And we are simply exporting these different values, and we're also exporting the page reducer. Now in order for us to make use of this particular page slice, we have to move back to our store again, and then we have to add it to our list of reducers. So this should be page, and right here we're going to have page reducer. So right now let me just simply copy the whole of this, Ctrl+C, and paste it down, and highlight the whole of the user, Ctrl+D. It's my bad, I don't want to include the last one, but with just this first three. So we're going to have page, and then we have our page reducer coming from our page slice. So that is that. Now I'll move back to my register page and let us implement that. So now I'll simply import, or perhaps just use selector. So let's just do that right now. So we want to say const show spinner, and this should be equal to use selector. I want to show you a different way where we can, a different method of making use of this use selector. So the use selector initially is going to take a state, okay, and this state will return a value. So we are going to have state.page.enable. Should that be enable spinner? Let's take a look at what I have defined inside of my page slide. So we have show spinner, right? So we have show spinner. So I'll move back to the register, and here we are going to say state.page.show spinner. Now this is one way to access state inside of our slice. So the reason why I exported the show spinner was to ensure that we do not have to directly pass the whole of this into our use selector, but instead we can simply call on show. We can simply use the word show spinner because show spinner already is equated to the whole of this simple function. Then we can just pass in show spinner. So I'll move back to my register page, and we'll take out the whole of this and just leave show spinner, and then we have to import it from our page slice. Let's see if we are going to have a suggestion from VS Code. Okay, yes, we have our show spinner. So I just click on enter and we have it imported right here. So I'm going to scroll down, and yes, let's make use of our curly braces to ensure that only when show spinner is set to true, that is when our spinner should be displayed. Okay, and right now I'll save, and we can open up our browser to see what we have now. So I'll simply just reload, and it seems like we have an error. It says show spinner is not defined. Okay, let's see what I have here. Okay, so let me simply call this enable spinner, not show spinner. It just has to do with the name conflict. So we have enable spinner, and right inside of my, oops, my bad. So we're going to have spinner, and that still also applies. So we're going to have enable spinner instead, and I'll simply save. So we are going to open up the browser again, reload, and it says this is not defined, enable spinner. Let's scroll up and see. Okay, it only has to do with my browser kick, so I'll reload again. Oops, I already have it spelled correctly. Why am I coming across this issue? Okay, let's just go again like this, enable spinner. Okay, and now let's see what we have. Enable is not defined, so I just have to wait a couple of minutes, and then we can restart again. Welcome back from the break. So what I just practically did was just took a break, and yeah, it was able to resolve the variable enable spinner and see that it was defined. So in addition to that, side by side what we are developing, I'm also running a normal already completed application, and it's running at port 301 because I'll be making reference to our running application time to time. So back to our own application, I'll simply collapse our running page, and let's scroll up to the top. Now we want the spinner to show only when the status changes from idle to pending. So how can we achieve that? We will make use of a use effect hook that re-renders our page depending on the dependencies that we pass into the array inside of its own definition. So let us take a look at how to define a use effect hook. So we're going to have use effect, and it's coming from React, and right inside of it we are going to have an anonymous function. It takes in a function, so this is an anonymous function, and after which we are going to have a list of dependency. Now the list of dependency that this use effect is going to depend upon will be placed inside of this array. So firstly, let us start the implementation of this use effect. So what we want is our spinner to be displayed only when our status changes. And let's see, if our status equals to success, then we want to carry out this action. First of all, we want to set the timeout, something similar to the use effect to define, but this is from JavaScript, made JavaScript itself. And yeah, it's going to also take in an anonymous function, and after that function we can specify the time it's going to take for this set timeout to execute. Okay, so that is that. So I'm going to take out this last anchor bracket, and then let's tab in. So what we want is, if our status happens to be a success, we want to simply dispatch the function called reset status. Okay, coming from our userslice, and because it is a function, we also have to include the parentheses around it. And finally, we want to close our spinner, so this should be dispatch. We're going to have close spinner. Okay, and we're also going to have our parentheses. So that is that. And finally, we are going to navigate from this page to our successful registration page. Let me just have that navigate. I'm going to define it in a moment from now. So we are going to have slash successful, and I believe that is the route I defined inside of our app.js file. Let's take a close look at what was provided for that particular definition. So we have slash successful. So I'm going to move back to my register page and complete my implementation. So we are going to navigate right to our successful page to indicate a successful registration of our user. But then again, if it so happens that the status is failed, we can simply say equals to we are supposed to provide a message to the user indicating that the credentials passed is not correct. So what we are simply going to do is simply just alert. Okay, and I'll simply pass invalid credentials. Okay, so that is that. And the next thing is for us to also reset the status and close the spinner. Control C, and let's have that right here. Control V, and we also want to place all of this inside of a set timeout. And we're also going to specify a period of 3 seconds, just like we previously did. So let's tab this in a bit so it's practically readable. So that is that for our use effect, and let's take a close look to see what we are missing out on. I want to see if I have the use effect being imported. So it's right here. I use this patch is imported, but what we are here to import is our use navigate. So right now I'm going to define that navigate variable. So we're going to have const navigate, and this should be equal to use navigate, and it's coming from React router done. So let us quickly, what the navigate simply does is that it navigates our page. It changes the route from one page to another depending on the value that is passed in as the string parameter. So let us take, for instance, after a successful registration, we are resetting our status, closing the spinner, and we are making use of the navigate instance to navigate from our register page to the successful page. Now, inside of our registration successful page, we'll have to provide its own implementation indicating that a user has successfully been registered. So what I'll simply do is just highlight my previous code, and I'll simply just paste it right here. So it's pretty much straightforward. We still have everything as it's supposed to be. So I'll simply save, and now let's move back to our browser to check out this implementation. Says set timeout is not defined. So that is inside of our register page. Because I failed to spell it correctly, let's take a close look at that again. So 49.7 set timeout. Okay, now back to our browser. So use navigate is not also defined. Let's just reload and see. Okay, now it's working as expected. So I'll fill in this detail. We're gonna have I'll simply just give it IO code, first name, last name, now all of these are dummy data. And reward application, you want to validate the whole of this, but just for demonstration purpose, I believe you all get the jet. So mail and date of birth, I'll simply leave it as today, and let's give it an anonymous password. And you see that immediately everything is properly verified. We have our button being clickable, that's enabled. So I'll simply sign up. Okay, let's take a close look at what we have here. So our sign up is supposed to dispatch our action, and let's see. So yes, it's supposed to dispatch our user, and then in addition to that, it is also supposed to enable our spinner. So let's have that. So we're going to have dispatch show spinner. Okay, so that is that. And let's quickly take a close look at our log. Okay, it says invalid credential. Okay, let's quickly take a close look at our inspect log to see what the error might have been, because I believe it went successful, but due to the fact that we did it over a number of times, we'll simply have an error on our server side. So let's take a look at the console to see what was printed out. See, request failed with status code 403. So I'll simply close this, and let's change some of the details. So instead of IO code, let's just include an S, and let's simply sign up. Okay, says cannot read properties of undefined reading page. Okay, so I'll simply reload again. So now let's simply pass in the dependency that this our use effect will depend on. So we're going to have dispatch at first. I missed that before. Now we have dispatch, we're going to have navigate, and then we're going to have status. Okay, so that is that, and I'll simply save. And let's move back to our application, and let's fill in the repeats again. So this time around we want a new value, so this should be Johnny and Peter. So now we are simply going to click on sign up again, and we still have the same error saying cannot read properties of undefined. So let me simply just save this, and we'll see that we have our registration successful. Your account has been created successfully. You can now log in. So it implies that our account was successfully created because the request went through. But then again, I'll try to figure out where we have that error indicating that our page was not properly shown. And finally, we want to also ensure that our spinner shows, because right now it happens that our spinner is not being displayed. We want that spinner to be displayed. So the reason why our spinner didn't show up and why we had that error was because right inside of the code base, show spinner inside of our page slice is just a feed and not an action. Okay, so I was supposed to make use of open spinner and not show spinner. That is one. So I'll move back to my register page, which practically is just the main reason why that error occurred. And finally, this dispatch operation should come right before our register user, because we want to show the spinner or perhaps open the spinner before we carry out the registration operation. So I'm simply going to move this one right to the top of our register user operation, and right now we are going to have open spinner instead. So we are going to have open spinner. Okay, and I'll simply click on enter to have it imported to our register page. So I'll move back to my browser just so we can be sure that what we've implemented so far is correct. So I'll register a new detail with IO code again. I'm going to have last name. And finally, we are going to have the password. So that is that. Now, when I click on sign up, we are going to have our spinner, and after we should be redirected to our registration successful page, and you can see that your account has been created successfully. You can now log in. So I'll simply save this, and then we can click on login. Now we are here to implement the login functionality, so let us go ahead now and simply do just that. Now for our login page, we also have to define an asynchronous operation that connects with our server side. So we're going to open up our userslice again, and right here we're going to have to define that function just like we have that of the register user. So it's also going to make use of the create async tongue that is coming from React Reactjs toolkit. So I'll simply paste this code right here. So this code is the code for authenticating a user. That is the code that sent the request to the server in order to authenticate the user in particular. So let me just walk you through this code. So what we have here is the user/authenticate, and here we are sending a post request with the user details, and this is the path attached to our initial defined path coming from our environment variable, and we are retrieving the data. And if an error occurs, the error as well as the headers, because that is where we are going to have our JWT token as it has been configured in the server side. So here we are retrieving the authorization from the headers, and then we are storing it inside of our sessions. So that's why we're making use of session storage, and we are setting this value to the access token. Now after which we just have a print out of our authorization header, and we also have the authorization token printed out. This is just for debugging purpose. I'll take it out. And finally, we are going to set the returned user, which happens to be what will be stored inside of this data. And then we are also storing it in session, because throughout our application we might want to retrieve the user from different components, and so we just have to get hold of the session in order for us to achieve that. So one thing I want to point out is that right here we will not make use of this again. So we are simply going to have a JSON dot paste, and right here we are going to have session storage dot get item. Okay, and this get item we are going to simply pass in user. Okay, so that fixed the issue. So yes, we are retrieving the user, and sometimes the user might not be found. In that case, it implies that the person or the entity trying to access our application has not yet been authenticated. So that is that. And let's scroll down a bit. Let's see what we have here. So what we simply want to do now is to just highlight the whole of this. Okay, I'm gonna have Control-C, and not the whole of that, but from this part. So I'll simply highlight it, Control-C, and let's place it right here. Okay, so we have instead of register user, from this part we are going to have authenticate user. Okay, so we have authenticate user, and still yet, even at this point, we're also setting our state of the user to the action.payload, which is the data. So either way, we are kind of carrying out the same operation twice, but yeah, okay, we are carrying the operation just once, because firstly we are just storing it in session, while here we are simply just equating our user state to be equal to what we to be equal to the payload, I mean the data coming from our authenticate user operation. So that is that. So I'll simply just save this, and we want to move back to our login page. So let's scroll up a bit, not up but down a bit. So we have login right here, and yeah, what we have for our use effect for the register is the same thing that we are going to be having also for our login. So I'll simply copy this use effect. Okay, Control-C, and I'll move to my login page, and right before our return statement we want to paste that use effect operation right here. So now we also want to complete the implementation of our login function. So right now we just have a simple alert statement highlighting that the login was successful, but that is not what we want. So let's type that in. So what we simply want is a dispatch that dispatches our authenticate user back to our user slice. So let's have a couple of definition for the different feeds here. So we're going to have navigate at first, and right here we are going to make use of use navigate. Okay, so this has to be imported from router DOM. So let me see. So we have that, and now we are going to have our dispatch. And it should be equal to use dispatch. Okay, and that is that for this too. Now we have to define our status, and the status is also coming from our fetch user status. So we have const status, and because it's defined inside of our slice, we want to make use of the use selector hook. And right here we're going to pass in fetch user status. Okay, let's also import that as well. Now we can go ahead now and also import, let me close that, also import our state, sorry, our function for resetting the status and also opening the status. So right now we are going to have const enable status, just like we previously had in our register page. This should be equal to use selector once more. We want to simply pass in show spinner. Okay, so that's that. And right here we are going to simply have a dispatch of our open spinner. So we have dispatch open spinner. The next thing for us to dispatch is our authenticate user, and then we are going to pass in the user we've defined. So we are going to have dispatch again, have authenticate user, and we want to pass in the user. Okay, so that is that. Let's quickly have a brief walkthrough of what we've done so far. So we simply have our navigate and our dispatch being defined right here at the top, and we also got hold of our fetch user status that indicates the state whereby our user slice, or perhaps the action that has been carried out by our user slice, is at that particular point in time. Now we are pointing enable status to sorry, enable spinner, not enable status, pardon me for that. So this should be spinner, enable spinner, and not enable status. So that's right, and we are simply setting it to show spinner. Now we have to understand that we also have to pass in our spinner component right inside of our login function, inside of the JS exit return. So we're going to have this particular anchor brackets, and then we're going to have enable spinner, just like we had in the case of our register page. And we want to show our spinner when the value of enable spinner is true. So this should be spinner. So that is it. Now we have it imported, and yes, we can simply go ahead now and test out this implementation. So I'll open up my browser. We have to just reload. I don't think, even if there's an error, it won't be as much as it was listed right here. So we see open spinner is not defined, this effect is not defined, reset status, and a couple of other things are not defined. So let's fix that. So let's scroll to the top and let's just move over to our register page, and we simply just want to copy the whole of those import statement. So let me take out these two parts, Control C, and back to my login page. I'll simply just paste it right here. Okay, so we have those for the spinner, and for our reset status, we're going to have authenticate user here. I'm also going to have reset status, and we have fetch user status. So I'm going to take out this one. Okay, and let's see now. Okay, and it says failed to build. So let's see about that. Okay, I have show spinner defined twice, so I'll take this other one out and I'll simply reload. I'll have to save at first. It says use effect and enable spinner is not defined. So we have enable spinner right here, and we do not have use effect, so I'll simply add it to this part here. So we have use effect now. And let's see why we do not have enable spinner defined. Okay, we have our okay, it's because my spinner was not correct, so that was a typo. Now back to my browser. I'll just simply come back, save, and then I'll simply reload again. Okay, so with this now we are okay. All the errors have been fixed. So I'll simply expand this. I want to inspect so that if an error occurs, we'll have a proper picture of what it is that is being shown. And before we send that request to the server, now in the case of a user registering for the first time, it navigates to the successful registration page. Now in this scenario, we simply just want to navigate to the dashboard because it is just a successful login. So we're going to have dashboard. Okay. So back to browser, I'll click on login. Let's move over to the console. So let's see what we have right here in the console. See, we have it simply says error connection refused. So it seems like my server is not yet running, so I'm going to start that server now, and when it has started running, we'll test our implementation again. Our server is now up and running. We cannot check the login implementation, so I'll simply click on login, and it worked out properly and it worked out fine. And we have our bearer token being sent back to us, and it has been placed inside of the authorization header. And right here we have been redirected to our dashboard, which was what we defined inside of our login function. And this is not how we want our dashboard to really look like. We want our dashboard to look exactly like this, and this is for the finished application. And before we start this implementation, let me just give you a brief walkthrough of how this dashboard looks like. Firstly, if I'm to click on this account button, we get redirected to the account page in relative to the dashboard. So it implies that we are going to define a couple of routes inside of our dashboard. But before we do that, we want to define our header, which is this part that doesn't change, as well as our navbar, which also does not change. The only thing that practically do change in the navbar is the styling of our buttons. So if I'm to click on the payments or the accounts, we'll discover that the styling of the button change, indicating that currently we are in the account page. And in order for us to achieve this, we have to make use of a React hook called useLocation. Without much further wealth being speed, let's see how we can implement that right inside of our code editor. So right on our component directory, we want to define those two components, which happens to be the header and the navbar, but we are going to be defining them inside of a directory called dashboard, indicating that these two components are inside of our dashboard. So this should be dashboard/header, and the next component will be our navbar. So let's go ahead and create that as well. So we're going to have navbar. That is that. So what I'll simply do now is move over to my previous application, copy the whole of what we had, and I'll simply paste it right for the header at first. So I'll simply paste it so that we don't have to type everything over and over again. So let's move to the top and see what we've defined or implemented so far. Firstly, we are making use of our dispatch so that we'll be able to dispatch actions to our store, and we are getting hold of the user. The reason is because if we take a close look at our browser, we'll see that we have a welcome message to the current logged in user. And the next thing is our respective icons and button right in the header. So the header is pretty much simple, and the next one for us to carry out now is our navbar. So I'll simply do the same thing, copy the content of my previous application, and I'll paste it right here. Okay, so now let's quickly take a walkthrough of our navbar. Like I stated, we'll be making use of the use location hook from React to determine the location, and with the location we can determine the button to apply this current page style that has been defined. Now, in order for us to get that current location, we are going to make use of the path name feed inside of the location object, and we split that value considering the delimiter slash. So what does this imply? It implies that right here we have a path, and this whole path refers to the path name of our location. And if I'm to divide this path name, taking into consideration the slash, we are going to have three paths. This will be the first part, and this is going to be the second part, and this will be the third part. Now all of this would be saved automatically in an array. So the location.pathname.split and passing the desired delimiter will return an array. And to access an array element, we have to indicate the index. So the last index of that array element determine the path. Now for our first case, our path will be assigned to index value of 2. Index value of 2 for our account page will simply be the account. For our payment, it's going to be payment. Now in a case where that value is not found, like in our home page, we want a default value of home to be set. So that is why we set this default value right here to home. Okay, now we make use of use navigate so that we can navigate between the different pages of the application or the different pages in our dashboard. Now before we check out this handle click function, let's move down a bit because we have to take a look at the different pages or the different values of pages we've defined and how we'll make use of it inside of our navbar. So right here I've defined an array, and this array holds an array of pages, an array of page. Okay, so we have the name pages, and it holds object values. First, the object value specifies the path, the icon associated with that particular object or perhaps that particular path, and then we have the label. So we are making use of the map function of the array and passing it to a UL element, and for each UL element we simply apply this class name of padding and we give it a key ID, and we have the button, and the button is going to handle the click, or the button on click action would be referred to the handle click action we have right here. This handle click action takes in the path, and that is the path that is associated with the particular page we want to access. And with that we can determine the current page. You can see that if path.ends with /dashboard, then we want to set the current page to home. Hence, we simply want to split the path and set the current page to the second value of that particular array that is returned by that split operation. Okay, so finally with that we are able to apply the style. Let me wrap this so we can see what I'm trying to say. With that we'll be able to apply the current page style. You can see just like we have it here. If current page dot start with page dot label dot to lowercase, okay, or current page dot ends with slash, then simply return current page star, or just an empty string. So that is that. You get the proper you get much more understanding of this when you take a close look at the source code yourself. So I'll move back to my header and check if there's anything I missed previously. So we have our toggle nav being imported. Sorry, our toggle navbar being imported from our page slice, and we also have our open nav being imported as well. The reason for this is because if I'm to open up my browser and I shrink my page, we'll see that our navbar is hidden, so it applies to all string sizes that are less than the size of the large screen. Okay, so in the mobile device we are going to have a page like this. So we're going to have something like this, and for a tab we have something similar to this. Now, while this navbar is hidden, sometimes we want to show the navbar, so we just click on this hamburger menu or hamburger icon to bring the navbar, and to close the navbar we simply click on the X icon right here. So that is why we have our open navbar. So this open navbar is what we use to toggle between the different states. And for the navbar as well, in its definition, we also have the open nav. Okay, we are checking that if the open nav is not false, so if the open nav is false, then we simply want to hide it. Okay, but in the case of a large screen, we want its value to be flexed. That is, it should appear in the case of a large screen. Now, with all of those stated, we can go ahead and import our header and our navbar right into our dashboard component. So I'll scroll down to our dashboard, and right here, instead of having to do all of those myself, I'll simply highlight what I previously have, and we are going to paste it inside of our dashboard component. So now I'll simply save my header component as well as my navbar component, and then we can check out to see what we have now in our own dashboard. I'll simply just reload. Okay, and now we can see that we have welcome to the particular logged in user, and when I click on this icon we should have our navbar. So I'll simply close it, and I'll simply expand for us to have a proper view and see how it looks like without on a larger screen, pardon me. And yeah, that is it for the navbar. So let's go ahead now and implement routing to the different pages of this navbar, because right now if I'm to click on the home, though nothing appears, but if I click on account, we are going to have an error because the dashboard/account page was not found. Okay, when we started our application, we saw how to create routes using the create-browserRouter, and we also saw how to make use of the router provider. So let's just move to our app.js to show you what I was trying to say. Oops, I have to move back. So this is our app.js, and we can see that we created a list of routes using the create browser component from Reactjs DOM, and then here we finally provided a router to our router provider. Now, in the case of our dashboard, because we are going to be having relative paths, we cannot make use of a router provider again. That means we cannot define a router provider inside of our dashboard, because we don't want to nest our router provider inside of we don't want to nest a router provider inside of another router provider. Some case that may result in an error, that if that even works. So we are going to define this in a different way. So at first we want to apply a section. I don't know why this is just coming up, so I'll simply collapse it. So we want to apply a section underneath header and navbar. So let's simply have this section defined. Okay, and it's going to have its own styling so that it doesn't interfere with the stylings of our navbar and header. Now, to define a route that is different from what we already have, we are going to make use of the route components coming from React router. And inside of this route, we can go ahead and define the respective route and the elements that will be associated with those routes. So let's have that imported. And the next is to have a route defined inside of the list, inside of this route. So this should be route. Okay, and I also want that imported as well. So they are all coming from the router DOM. So let's have the closing. And if I'm to scroll to the top, okay, the top is already here. We have our route and we also have routes from React router DOM. To make it much more feasible and easily readable, I just want to make use of an XML way of defining or perhaps having this component inside of our application. So now the first thing we want to pass to this route component is the path. So the path will be relative to our dashboard. So instead of having a slash dashboard slash account, we'll just simply have slash account or slash payment, because we are already accessing the dashboard before we get to this page. So we are simply going to have slash for the first one, and the element that this slash will access or the component associated with it would be our home component. So we're also going to pass in this JSX element, which will be our home. And we're going to close that, and here we have it. So in order for us to have this and let it work properly, we have to import the home component from our home page. So let's see if I already have that. So inside of the dashboard, I have the home.js and I have it exported. So I'll have to move back to my dashboard. So I'm supposed to have, okay, it doesn't work, but then again, I'll simply import it manually myself. So let's import that. So this should be import. Okay, because it's inside of the dashboard directory, I'm gonna have dashboard. Oops, not that, but slash. Then we're going to have our home. Okay, so that is that. So we are importing home from our dashboard directory. So I'll simply highlight this, Ctrl+C, and just paste it a couple of times. Because right here inside of the dashboard, we have about 2, 4, 6. We have about 8 of those pages. So we have to import 2 again. So right now, I'm going to have the next, which will be accounts. And we are going to have accounts right here. Okay. So we can import our accounts component as well, or account page. So I'll simply have to import that manually again. All of these are supposed to be coming from suggestions, but I don't really know why I'm having to do that all by myself. Now for this next one, we are going to have the path as payment. Here we are going to have a component payment. Okay, so I'll just have to type all of them in, and afterward we can correct our imports. Now we've imported all of the different pages, and we've also specified their respective paths. So what needs for me to do now is simply open up the browser and then we want to move to one of the other pages. So I'll click on the account page, and you can see that we still have a 404 not found saying unexpected application error. So I'll move back to my application, and then we can see how to fix this issue of ours. So if I'm to move to our initial page of more like the entry point of our application, that is the app.js file, we'll see that right here where we define our dashboard and its part, we did not specify a slash attached to it, and in addition to this slash, we want to include an asterisk indicating that the dashboard is more like a route to other routes, or perhaps a parent path to other parts of our application. So in order for us to allow the router provider, or perhaps our router DOM, to be aware of this configuration of this part, we have to provide the slash followed by the asterisk to indicate that the dashboard also have other subroutes or subparts. So I'll move back to my browser, and I'll simply reload, and yeah, we can see that our account page has started working. So that practically just fixed the issue we have been having. So right now, if I'm to move back to the working application, we can see that we now have another user that was different from what we previously had, and we can see the account details as well as the bills, the payments, and then the list of transactions by this user. One thing I want to point out is the type of styling we have for these different sections that makes up our home page. So we have the same styling for the parent component or the parent container for each of these different sections. So we are going to create a single container component, which I'll call section container, or spares, I'll simply call it the section component. And even for the payment, this same styling applies. It applies to all of the pages across our dashboard down to our cart page. Okay, so right now I'll simply open up my code editor, and right inside of our component directory, I'll simply define that particular component. The name of this particular component is called the section container because it's just a section that practically wraps all other JXX that will be defined inside of it, and it's pretty much straightforward. So we're going to have section container.js, and let's make use of ROAFC. Okay, and I'll simply just wait for a suggestion coming from that particular extension we installed previously. And while that is already there, we simply want to move to our previous application, copy the content of that application, Ctrl+C, and simply paste it right here. Okay, so I'll simply paste. I'll take out this second import React from React, and now we have a styling for our section. So the section is just there to wrap itself and the style that it defines around other children elements that will be passed into it. So right now we have this section and we have the styling, and I've created room for flexibility. That is why I have an extra style. And if I'm to scroll all the way, or perhaps let me just simply wrap our code, we can see that in addition to the class name that have been passed, we are adding an extra style. And in case where this extra style value is null, we simply just want to include an empty string. So that is that for our section container. Now let us go on to our userslice to implement the functionality that an account will carry out. This functionality includes the getting the list of accounts from our server application. Now before we go ahead now to create our account slice, Let's simply apply this section container to one of our pages in the dashboard. So I'll simply move over to the account page just for demonstration and illustration purposes. So right here inside of the account page, I'm going to select this div, and then we are going to replace it with section container. Okay, and let's also have that imported from our component directory. So now we have it. So I'll simply move over to my browser, and we simply want to reload. Now you can see that we have the account page, but it still overlaps with our navbar and our header. So let's apply the correct styling to our section that wraps all of the routes. So inside of the dashboard, I have to open my dashboard. We have this section. I want to apply a styling that ensures that none of those properties from the navbar and the header coincide with the different parts or the different sections of these different pages. So I'll simply paste this snippet. Hold a couple of class names specifying the z-index, the relativity, and we also have a padding tab as well as a margin tab for screen with for device with small screen sizes, and also a padding of 6 for devices with small screen size as well. Now simply move back to my browser, and here we have what we want, and you can see now the styling has been properly applied. So this styling will be applied all through the different pages that we can route through our dashboard. Now we can go ahead now inside of our features directory to create our account slice. So we're going to have first create the directory account, and then right inside of our account we're going to have our account slice. Okay, so what I simply want to do, what we've been doing so far, is something that you might not be familiar with, or you were not familiar with. Right now that you are familiar with most of the implementations, such as the registration of a user, which happens to be a create or a post request, and even the authenticating of a user, which in a way happens to be a get request, will simply is a post request, pardon me, but anyway it returns the data which happens to be the user. So we are simply going to prompt Tabnine to make reference to what we already have inside of our user slice and create a function for us, or perhaps complete slice for us for our account, making use of the /account endpoint of our application. So I'll simply say, so it goes like this: using the /account, create details for this slice, and also create a async function for creating a new account, and export all of the relative fields that will be associated with the slice. So I'll simply click on this send icon to allow Tabnine do all of those for us. And right now I simply have a network error because my Wi-Fi is not connected, so I'll fix that. So let me simply connect to my Wi-Fi network. All right, now that we have a reliable internet connection, we will simply send this message back, or this prompt back to Tabnine to ensure it produces the same result for us. Now, in addition to the previous prompt I give Tabnine, I simply want to tell Tabnine to use the format from our user slice. Okay, so it reference what it has in context that was previously defined inside of our user slice. So I love to expand a bit, so it should go ahead now and create our account slice for us. Okay, with this we can simply scroll to the top and insert the whole of the code generated into our code base, not this one, but I'll simply undo that. We want to scroll up to the top, the first one, and we simply insert it right here. So I'll collapse this for now, and let's take a close look at the content it has provided for us. Okay, so first of all, we are setting the account to a value of null. Now this account should be an array, so I'll simply change it from account to account list, and right here I want to set an empty array. Okay, it's going to be an array of accounts, and for now our error is something I don't want, so we can leave that as is. Now for the idle, we want to change the old value to be in uppercase. Okay, so this should be idle all in uppercase. So let's quickly take a close look at what we have. So we are making a request with our API instance from our API defined entity. So this should not come with any brackets, so I'll simply take out the brackets. So we have this. To be very sure of this, I'll simply move to my user slice. So let's have it right here. I'll open it up, and if I'm to scroll to the top, we just have import API from the desired or the required location. So that is why I'm going to take out that part from the picture. So back to my account slice, let's move on with the implementations. So right now we are simply making a request to the API endpoint, and here we have reject with value, and practically we don't need this, so I'll simply take it out because I just want only our data to be passed, which is our account data. Now if it so happens that an error occur, we just simply want to print out a statement in our console just for debugging purpose. So we're going to have console.log, and we want to simply make use of this template literal. We're going to say error occurred, and right here let's have this. We are going to have error.message. Okay, so that we have the details of the error printed out on the console. Now with this, we can move on to what we have inside of our create slice, and you can see that we are simply resetting our account status, and so we have to set this to reset account status. Yeah, it takes in the state, and we want to just set just the status alone to a value of idle and not the details of the account and so on and so forth. So we just change that to idle, and just like we had with our user slice, we had the name of the particular slice that will be used to access the state outside of the slice, and then we also have list of extra reducers. Now for each of these reducers, we simply want to change the respective status value, and for this loading we want a value of pending, just like we had with our user, and right here we want a value of success, and finally we want a value of paid, all in uppercase. And finally I'll take this part from picture, take out this part, and here we are going to have state.account list. Okay, and that should be equal to our action.payload. Now because when it comes to creating an account, okay, sorry for that, not we are going to just have a single account, so this should be state.accountList.push, and we want to push in the action.payload. Okay, so because an account is going to be returned, so we want to add that account to our already defined list. So that is for that, and this is because we are creating an account. So I'll prompt Tabnine again to make use of what we have right here, to make use of what we define, to define a create function for us. A fetch function for fetching our account from our server. Okay, now this time around, create a function for getting our account from the server. Ensure to include the access token in the header element that will be passed in as value. So what I missed out on this part is our header, we have to retrieve the value of our JWT token from the session storage. So we can go ahead right here and define that value. So we're going to have const token, and this should be equal to session storage dot get item. We want to pass in that string value called access token. Okay, and right here this should be in a lowercase. So to be very sure of this implementation, we want to move over to our user slice and saw what we used in saving our token to the session storage, so the string in particular. And let's scroll down. So right here we are setting our asset, we are setting it as access token, so we are following the correct implementation. So we'll move back to our account slice, and I'll open up on Tabnine one more time, and let's see what it has defined for us. So okay, right here we have this fetch account, and I want to simply copy everything that it has generated for our fetch account, and I'll simply close and then I'll paste it just underneath our create account. Okay, so that is that. So we now have the fetch account, and I want to tap this in a bit, and yeah, it's going to take in an access token. Okay, and we also have the reject with value, but that is not what we want. So we want to simply take out this part, move to the top, and let's see what we have. So we won't pass anything as a parameter to our function, but we are simply going to retrieve our SS token, which is this token that has been defined. So I'll simply pass in that token into our authorization header. Okay, so that is that. And yeah, we can move on to the next implementation, which has to do with the adding of this particular definition for fetching our account to our builder instance of our extra reducers. So I'll simply open up Tabnine again and scroll down, and you can see right here it says add case for fetch account. So I'll simply highlight the whole of this, and we're going to add this new case to our fetch account definition, or perhaps our reducers definition. So right to our extra reducer, I'll take out this semicolon, and then I'll paste in our new cases. So we start with the fetch account dot pending state, and we are setting our account status to pending, and yeah, we are getting the payload from our action, and we are setting it to our account list. And what I simply want to do, because I'll be making use of fetch account inside of my own page and the account page in general, I want to highlight all of these fetch accounts, Control D, and I'll simply want to call it get account. Okay, so that is that. So for this particular create async tongue function, we are carrying out this asynchronous call, and we are making use of our API.get to the slash account endpoint, and we are passing our headers as the second parameter to the API.get function, just like we had in its own definition. So if I'm to open up my API definition, we can see that we are passing the headers as well. So back to my account slice, we also want to do the same thing for our post request that sends the post request to our API endpoint. So I'll simply copy the whole of this, Control C, and I want to paste it right here, Control V, so that we are able to send a request to create our account, and then we can get the data back from the response. Now before we go ahead and make use of account slice, we still have a couple of changes to make in addition to the changes we've made so far. Firstly, let us take a close look at what we are exporting. And like I stated, I want to export with the use of fetch as a prefix. So I'll simply highlight this part. I want to have fetch account list. So this should be fetch, and at the end we should have a list. Okay, and we're going to have state.accounts list. Sorry, state.accounts.account list. And right here we are going to have fetch account status and not select account status. So I'll simply highlight the whole of this. And you definitely know that a status of error already indicated that there's an error, and since I've already taken out this particular field from my initial state, I don't need it right here. And we are exporting our reducer, and right here we still have this reset account. Okay, we are going to have reset account status, not the state. We just want to reset the status and leave the state as is. So I'll simply save this. So I'll have to scroll up a bit to see where we can make corrections again. And yeah, this part is where we can also make corrections. So what did I implement previously was printing out the message associated with the error, and I'll simply paste it right here. And finally, before we go ahead and include our slice inside of our store, we'll take a close look at what we have. We have the headers we have the headers nested inside of an object. Okay, but what we practically want is just the header alone, and it shouldn't be nested inside of another object, because that is what we've defined inside of our API. We've said that the object that is supposed to take, we just want to pass in the header, just the header alone. So we'll have to move back to our slice to make that correction. So right now I'll simply take out this whole part. Okay, oops, my bad. I'll have to undo that. From this part I'll take it out, because we still need a bracket that indicates that this is an object. So okay, I'll take out this part, and I want to put everything on a single line. Okay, so we have our authorization and we are passing in our token value. I have to point something out. When we authenticate a user, the token value already contains the string bearer. So we want to take out this part as well, and we don't need that template because our token is already a string, has been defined previously, like we have it right here. Const token equals to session storage dot get item, and specify the item it has to get for us. So we can take this one again, just simply highlight the whole of this, Control C, and over to our create account, we want to also paste it right here in place of what we've already defined here. And you see how we have to be very efficient with data coming from our AI agent. So we have to ensure that what it gives us is exactly what we want. And if it happens that there's a discrepancy between what we want and what it gives us, we have to make changes to it to suit our own need. So take note of that. And now we can simply go ahead and add this to our store. But just because for debugging purposes, I want to print out our token inside of the console before sending this request, just to be very sure that our token value will be added. So I'll make use of this template, and we are going to say token value. Okay, now in production purpose, in production environment, you'll have to take out this console log statement. Like I stated, this is just for debugging and testing purpose. So now I'll simply save, and we can move over to our store to add this account slice reducer to our list of reducers. Yeah, so we're gonna have account, and then we're gonna have account reducer. I'll tap that in, and let's simply highlight this, Control C, and just paste it right here. So instead of page, we want account, so I'll simply have account. Okay, now with that, we are good to go. So the very first place we want to implement the use of our account reducer or account slice is right inside of our home page. So I'll scroll down, open my pages directory, and open the dashboard directory as well. And inside of the home page, I want to paste a snippet of code I already have. So I'll simply Control C that, and I'll paste it right here. So the reason I didn't really give to Tabnine to do all of this code generation for us is because of the stylings I already have for this particular page. So I don't want changes or any difference between what I already implemented and what we'll be having at the end of the day. So that is why I went ahead and copied and pasted what we already have. Now I'll simply wrap this code so we get to see everything, and it should be placed on a single line. So firstly, we're making use of the use selector to fetch our account list, and right before our return statement for this function, we are dispatching our get account. Okay, now this get account is simply going to make a request for our account to our API, just like we've defined inside of the account slice. And after which it gets the account, it simply updates the value inside of our account list, and then we can map through the list, that is our account list, to return an account item. An account item represents something like this. So my browser is all closed. Okay, an account item represents a single account that displays on the home page of the browser with the flag and the type of currency it holds, as well as the account balance. So I'll open up my browser, and yeah, I'll simply start my server, and when that page is up, I'll try to point out what I'm trying to say. Now I've opened up my browser, and this was what I actually meant by an account item. So what we have here in our home page is a list of accounts that is being owned by the user, and it's presented inside of this text section at first. And for the account item, we are going to have the flag that is associated with that particular country code, and then we have the label, which happens to be the name of the country, including the name of its currency, which is United States dollar, and we have the balance as well as the currency code. So all of this makes up an account item that will be displayed on our home page. And after which we are going to have this quick payment, and finally we are going to simply have our recent transactions. Now these transactions is exactly what we have here. So we kind of achieve same thing, two things with the same thing. So for the transaction, we'll have this transaction component defined inside of our transaction, and we'll simply import the transaction right into our home page. All you have to do is just filter through it depending on the account that has been defined in the home page. So that is that. Now we'll move back to our code editor, and right here we see that we are passing in this account to our account item. And yeah, in addition to that, we can see that we are assigning an ID value to the key. Now the reason why we have this key is because we are going to be mapping through this account list, and I'll simply take this key from this part, Control X, and I want to place it right here instead. So we're going to place it right, and right now we want to pass in an ID field, which should be generated by JS itself. So it's going to automatically assign this key value to our account item. Now I'm going to move back to my browser and move back to our own 3000, our own application running on port 3000. Now we can see that navigate currency is not defined, so we'll have to check that out. 14 and line 309. So I'll open up my my VS code, and we can see that we have this this on click attribute being passed into our div. So when we click the div attribute, it's supposed to carry out this action, which happens to be navigate currency. And you can see right here, I have simply commented at that functionality, because firstly, that functionality is going to route us, or it's going to redirect us or navigate us to our account page. And you can see there the account also the account page also takes in a query that determines the currency code to take into consideration. So for now, we are yet to implement our account page. So what I'll simply do is just cut out this part, and I'll scroll down, and we are simply going to make a comment right here and paste in that code, so that when we implement our account functionality, we can add that functionality as well. Now finally, if you take a close look at our account item in the web page, you discover that we have the flag, and we've also specified that flag right here, but this flag is not coming from our own server or even yet being defined inside of our client. So how do we make changes to data coming from our API? We'll simply move back to our account slice, okay, and right inside of this account slice, inside of our fulfilled, this is where we're going to make the changes. Now I want you to check out this image directory I just recently added to the application. So this image directory holds the image of the different countries flag that we are going to be making use of their currency for our application development. So we have CN, which is for China, we have EU for Euro, and we have GB for pounds, and IN for India, and NG for Nigeria, and so on and so forth. You can implement your own depending on the countries you are going for. Now I'll simply close this, and right inside of this account slice, let's have a snippet paste being, let's have the snippets we are going to simply paste inside of it. So right here in the fulfill state, this is what we want to do. So we are going to have a payload at first. So we're going to say const account payload, and this will be equal to action.payload, just like we have set it right here. And now we are going to paste this one right here. So we're going to say account is equal to account payload, and it's going to map through all of these different feeds, okay? And at the end of the day, it's going to return a destructured account including the value of the flag. So I simply say let flag be equal to US at first, and if the account.code happens to be USD, then apply the US flag. If it happens to be NGN, apply the Nigerian flag. But how do we have all of these values? So we are going to import our image as if they are JavaScript function and place them right inside of our account slide. So we're also going to have a snippet for that. I'll simply highlight the whole of those snippets and bring it right here. So now we simply paste this snippet. So we can see that we are importing, I'll take out this API part. We're importing ngn from two directories upward slash the image directory. Then we have ng.png, just like we have it here. I want to be very sure of that, so I'll simply take out this part, png. Okay, yes, I'm in the right directory. I'm simply importing from the right directory, and all of this semicolon can be taken out from them. And yeah, that is one thing about being consistent. You can see that sometimes there are semicolons and other times they are not. Since this is not Java and it's pretty much not required, I'm going to highlight the whole of the semicolon and I'll take them out. So sometimes you also find them in other different parts of this project. These have the same purpose. It doesn't really matter if you find it or if it's not there. But just so you just want to follow a single convention. If you are going to make use of semicolon, then you want to make use of semicolon. If you are not going to make use of semicolon, then you can take out all of them from your application. So that is for our flag. So I'll move back to my home page, and we can see that yes, our home page is working fine. The next thing for us to do now is for us to implement our payment page, so that we can go ahead now and include that section to our home page and also have the functionality of the payment page being implemented. Okay, to start off with our payment page, it's practically just straightforward. We don't need much of code or any operation, and we are not even making use of any slides for this particular page. We just have dummy data, and I simply have the snippet which I will go ahead and just paste right here. Let's make the required correction, starting with that of our directory. So this should be component without an X. So yeah, we have that for our payment page. Now there's something I really want to point out. Just like we have for our account item, we have something similar right here. We have the icon specified at first, we have icon for the second div, and we also have icon for the third div. Now you can go ahead and save all of these attributes inside of an object. So we are going to have an object of array, and you can map through the object of array. You can pass this as a label, and you can also pass this as description or action that can be carried out. Then you just have a single payment item. Why you just map through all of them? But just because it's practically just static, and we don't have any kind of action that any of this will be carrying, I just simply left it as is. Just go about doing a couple of replication. So right now we can take our payment page and place it inside of our home page. So it should be directly inside of this first section container, which holds our account items. So I'm going to have to import that payment page right here. So we're going to have payment, and let's see if we'll be provided with suggestion. So there's no suggestion, so I'll have to import that manually to our home page. So we're going to have import payment, and this should be from payments. And yeah, it fixes what we want. And now I'm going to open up the browser, and it says payment is not defined. I'll simply reload, and here we have the payment. And if I'm to click on the payment page itself, we'll see we still have the same thing. So back to our home page, and our already working application, both on port 3001 localhost and on render, we can see that we have this statement coming soon page under development. So I'll simply copy the whole of this statement, Ctrl+C. I want to move on to our settings and profile page. Starting with our settings page, I'll simply paste that statement, and we want to wrap this statement inside of a section container. So we're going to have section container, and this has to be imported from our component directory. I'll simply copy it, and since it's exactly what we have for our profile page, I'll also paste it here. Okay, so that is that. Now when we take a close look at what we have for these two different pages, you see that we are in phase with what we want. Now don't forget that we have to clear out the log statement that prints this to our console, which is the bearer, before having to deploy that application on any cloud hosting platform. So that is that. So for the next implementation, we are going to implement the creation of an account for our own application. So oops, okay, my bad, I just viewed the already created app on render. So I'll move back to my profile page inside of my code editor, and I want to ensure that I'm importing the section container from the components directory. So I'll click on enter, and yes, we are okay. So I'll simply reload. Okay, we are all good to go. So that is that. Now the next action is for us to simply implement the creation of an account. We already have the function in the slice, so we can go ahead now and have that page displayed and the button that is going to trigger that action. The main functionality of our application lies in our account page as well as our card page. Now, before we start the implementation, before I'm going to paste any snippet right inside of our account page, let's quickly take a close look at what we have inside of our web browser. And this is for an account running on port 3000, and this is 3001, and this is for our application hosted already on Render. Now, if I'm to click on this button, as you can see right here, we don't have any account associated with this user yet. And I click on create bank account. We are going to have this bank account created, and okay, it says account creation failed. Okay, that's because my server was pinned down because it's a free instance. So I'll move back to my React app running on the local host. So right now, simply click on create new account, and we want to create a Nera account. So I click on create bank account. Right now we have this right here. So initially this page does not show our create account component or its section. Only when this create new account button is clicked is when this component comes about. And in addition to this, we also have that of our withdraw. Okay, so when I click on withdraw, we also have this component being shown on the side. Now all of these are styles I don't want to tamper with, and I don't want to start tweaking Tabnine till it gives me the desired result. So I'll simply go inside of my page, which happens to be my account page, and I want to highlight everything and paste this snippet that I already have. Now let's quickly look at the snippet to see if there are any corrections we want to make to it. Okay, so let's start from what we have here. So for our account, it should be /account/account slice. So that also applies to our component as well. So I want to take out this s from the component, so we have just component. And now we are okay with our import statement. But let's take a look at what we have here. Firstly, we are making use of the use location hook, which I explained a couple of minutes back. And here we are making use of a new object called the URL search params. So this search param is going to take in a location object, and we use the search or the search attribute of the location object to carry out a list of, to look for a list of params, more like it's going to return a key of a value of a map. Okay, so it's going to hold a key and value pair. So inside of this currency params, we are going to be getting inside of this currency params, we are going to be getting an attribute called currency. Let me show you an example of what I'm trying to point out. So when I click on this engine icon, for instance, you can see that right now we now have a query param of currency equals to engine. And if I'm to move back to my home page, for example, let me point it out again. From here, I click on this part. We'll have the currency equals to USD, and so it applies to the buttons that we also define inside of our account page. So that is the function of this new URL search params. It's pretty much search for the query params that is associated with that particular page. And you know what use selector, use navigate, and use dispatch are pretty much used for. Now for use selector, we have accounts, and this is not what we want. If we take a close look at our payment slice, our account slice, I'll scroll up to our features directory. Okay, we are simply fetching account list. So I have to move back to the account page. So after that, and I'll simply close other pages for now because we are done with some of those pages, and I just want the account page to be very close to the slides so that I can switch between the different tabs. Okay, now we have the account slides, and we also have the account right here. So in place of getting the account, we want to simply fetch account list. So I have fetch Okay, we should be presented with an option to import this from our features. So I'll import that, and right now I'm going to do away with this account. So that is that. So we have our fetch account list, and if I'm to scroll down, we'll have this current style of BG white for the current currency that is being defined inside of our URL, more like the query parameter of the currency. So that is that. Now we have this function that is being defined that says navigate currency, and this same function is the function that was previously defined inside of our home page, which I simply just turned to a simple comment. So I commented it as just because we are yet to have that functionality defined. So back to the account page, we'll leave it for now, and then when we scroll down, we are seeing that we are setting our current account to null. So that current account is the account with this particular class name, or perhaps styling. And here we are setting show create account form. So like I said, when I clicked on that create account button, that was when our form was displayed. So that is for the create account form, and this is for the withdraw form. Set show withdraw form. Okay, so that is that. And now inside of our use effect, okay, we are setting our current account to account list dot filter, and we are going to simply filter all of the accounts. Okay, the account is the accounts that are inside of the list. We are going to filter the list, and the only value we want to return is the one whose code is equal to the currency. So that way we are able to simply set our current account. And now we are passing the currency and the account list as dependency to this use effect. So we have the current page style, which happens to be what we are currently not making use of because I've commented out some of the code. So that is that, because after only when we've defined it, that is when we can uncomment them back. So right now I'll simply save, and let's quickly take a look at what we have inside of our browser. There will be error. We'll go ahead and fix the error. It said export default imported as account was not found. Module has no export. So we'll move back to our page, and we are going to export the default account. So we have export default account. And then we move back to our browser. We simply reload, and we should have our JXS. Let's hold on a bit. Okay, so now we have the balance 0. This balance at the 0 indicates the number of current account that we have. So if I'm to create an account now, okay, create a new account, doesn't display the form yet because I'm yet to define that also. So but if I'm to click on it and it drops down, like we have here, if I'm to create a new account, for instance a British pound account, and I create bank account, you'll see that this value has changed from 2 to 3, okay, because previously we had 2 different accounts. So when I click on this, we're going to have our euro. Until I reload the page, the flag will not come up. Okay, so that is that for our account. I'll reload again. It's my bad. Account. So we have the flag now. So I'll move back to my own application, and let's go ahead now and implement the component for creating a new account. So back to my code editor, I'm going to create a new component. Okay, and these components are components that will be associated with the account page. The reason for this is so I'm able to separate how re-rendering works. So only when some particular features inside of our application change should that particular account so that particular component be displayed. And so we don't have to overstress or have a lot of code right here. So right inside of the component, we are going to create this component called the account creation component. I'll simply place it inside of account directory, and inside of this account directory we want to call this component the new account component. Okay, so that is for the creation of an account. Now, in addition to what we already have, we also want to create a new component called the withdraw form component. So I'll simply go ahead now, click on my new file icon. We're going to have withdraw form.js. So that is pretty much the name I could just come up with at this particular point in time. You can give it a name that just defines what we are trying to do. You can say withdraw from account form, or withdraw account from anything that has account related. So now that we have this tool, we can go ahead now and implement what we need for the creation of a new account. So without wasting much time, I'll simply go ahead now and paste this snippet inside of our new account components. It's my bad. So I'll go ahead, paste this right inside of our new account component, and we quickly have a walkthrough of what has been defined inside of this particular component. For instance, we are getting our account, which should not be accounts, so I'll take it out. But we want to simply get the account list, so we are going to pass in this, which we call fetch account list. Okay, and we equate it to our account list, and we are also getting our reset account status, which is an action from our slice. And now we have the create account, and we also have the fetch account. Now this should not be fetch account, but instead it should be get account. So we have get account. Okay, so I will have to import our fetch account list. And there it has been imported. And let's see where we are going to be making use of our fetch account. And this is right inside of, my bad, I couldn't find it here. Let's scroll down a bit. I'll just firstly wrap this stuff. Okay, this is the fetch account, so we want to simply dispatch the get account. The reason we want to dispatch this get account is so that we can get the latest account, okay, from the latest list of accounts from our server application or our server side. So I'll now simply save this, and let's quickly take a walkthrough of over it again. Now, after making the corrections, here we have the list of account type that could possibly be created, and we have USD, NGN, and so on and so forth. And this handle select change is for handling selection of the different accounts the user is to create. And at first, we are setting the default currency state to USD. See, we are fetching the account list. Now, with that account list, the account list is the account that is already being owned by the user, and we are going to be filtering through it to retrieve the account that could possibly be created again by that user. Take for instance, inside of the account list, we have this other account, okay, that is account that is owned by the user. Then we don't want this account to be displayed in the select function, in the select component of creating a new account. So we no longer want any of these accounts to be created. We don't want duplicates inside of our server as like I stated from the very beginning, in the first part, a user can only have one particular currency per account. So that is that. So that is why we have the list being imported to our new account component. So we are going to filter through it, and then what is remaining is what we are going to be passing into this select function that we have here. So what will just happen is you take a close look at what we define right here. You can pause it and mean sections, and yeah, and finally, if I get to deploy the code to GitHub, you get a proper view of everything. So that is it for our new accounts. So now I can move back to my account page, and let's uncomment this, which is for the creation of a new account. So I'll simply control and forward tick. Now I will have to import my new account from the accounts component. So let's see if we're going to have that suggestion. Yes, we have it. I'll click on enter and I'll simply save. Now back to my browser, I want to simply reload at first, just to refresh all of the changes that have been made. And now I'll click on create new account, and it's still yet to work properly. So I'll move back to my terminal. Okay, and let's move to the button that enables that action. Let's wrap at first. So right here we have create new accounts, and we are setting the form to false, and that is not what we want. We want to simply set it to true. Okay, so back to my browser, I'll reload. And when I click on it this time around, you can see we have the form being displayed. So we can go ahead now and create bank account, and now we have our USD. And if I'm to move to the home page, you see that we have the USD. So if I reload this time around, because it's going to be coming from the server, our flag should be displayed now. Oops, my bad. Our flag didn't come up yet, so we are going to implement that. Okay, and also let me take a close look at what we have inside of our source code. Back to the account item, inside of our home page. Okay, we have the account.flag, and for some reason it's not displaying, so we'll get back to that. So we have finally implemented the creation of an account. So I can go ahead now and create a British pounds account. So I'll click on create bank account, and here we have British pounds, and now we have USD as well. So back to my home page, we'll look at how to fix this right now, so that we have our image or the flag associated with that particular currency being displayed. Right, now let's quickly fix the issue of our flag not showing before we go ahead and implement our withdraw form functionality. So at first, I'd love to wrap this code so that we get to see everything clearly. So this should be Alt Z just to wrap it. And right here, I want to uncomment this part so that we can be navigated to the specified account inside of the account page. I want to take a close look at our account slice, which is where we've pretty much assigned the flag value to the respective accounts. And there's something I really did miss out, was the fact that right here we have accounts and we're equating it. So we have the accounts payload and we're equating it to the action.payload. That is the value coming from our server. And right here, after I map through it, we set the flag to we set the flag to the account, destructuring it and adding it to a new array, because this operation as a whole will return an array for us. So right here, I went ahead and set the account list to be equal to the action.payload, which is not supposed. So we are supposed to have account list equals to actions. Now, sorry, accounts, not actions. But now I want to change this name to new account list. Okay, and right here we are going to simply equate our new account list to our account list. Sorry, our account list to our new account list. Either way, coming in the opposite way. So that is that. So right now I'll move back to my browser, and it says yeah, I'll just reload, and hopefully let's see if that was saved. It isn't saved yet, so I'll simply save and move back to the browser again. And yeah, we have our flag now being shown. So that is that. So if I'm to move back to my other application running on 3001, and we want to make a withdraw action, and I click on this button right here for withdrawing, we discover that we have this feed for imputing the recipient's account number, and we have the feed for specifying the particular currency, the name of the bank, which in our case is just the communication between the same bank. And right here we are going to have the amount. Now the amount is not clickable. The input element for the amount is not clickable. The reason is because our recipient has not been determined. Okay, so there is an account number already already copied. So I'll move to that part where I copied it, and let's just have it for just testing purposes. So I'll move back to my browser, and right here I'll simply paste this account value, and it sends a request to find the recipient of this account. And if the recipient is found, then it will simply return the details of the recipient. Then we can go ahead and impute a value right here. Now it so happens that this particular recipient was not found for a reason I don't know. Let's scroll down. So we'll have to look for a recipient. So I'll open up my terminal, and right here I'll simply highlight this one, copy this value, then simply move back to my browser. So let's have this value pasted right here. Let's see. Oops, we still got the same error. I'd love to inspect and see what the issue is. Okay, so right here in the console, let's see what we have. Okay, we had an error. It says request status with 403. So it should be coming from our server. So I'll have to take a close look at what we have inside of our server. I guess the account was not found, or it didn't query the correct method. So I'll just have to debug that, and after that we'll get back to our implementation. Okay, my withdrawal called failed earlier due to the absence of a particular API endpoint in my server. Okay, now I've gone back to my server and included that particular API endpoint and also implemented its functionality. So when I made the first part, we skipped that because it was practically not needed at that particular time. Hence, we just left the find recipient functionality unimplemented. So due to the fact that now we are making use of a client side and we have to find the recipient at first just to validate before sending in request, before specifying the amounts to transfer to that particular recipient, I had to go and update the code base. We'll take a close look at that update at the end of this particular session. So firstly, let's go ahead now and copy this account number. So I'll simply copy this account number and back to the browser. That account number is a Great British Pounds account number. So I'll have to select the account and make changes to it. So we have Great British Pounds now, and I'll simply paste in the value. So immediately I paste in the value and it's up to a value of 10. The name of this particular account holder will appear. So that's why we have the IO code last name, because this particular Great British Pounds account belongs to this registered user. Now if I'm to take one of the value, you discover that it's going to reset the status. And if I change the value, it sends a request to the server, and we have this pinner indicating that something is going on, and no recipient was found, or no account was found with this particular account number. And if I try to click on my amount input, pardon me, if I try to click on my amount input, it's disabled. So I'll move back and make corrections to the account number. So I'll simply input the value of 3, and we'll have IO code last name. So IO code is the account we just created right here. And for the Great British pounds balance, we have 1315. So I'll move back to my already made app, and right here we want to send the balance of 100, so that we have 1415 right here as the balance. So I'll simply withdraw now, and I'll go home, and I'll just simply reload to see the updated balance of Maxwell for now. And while that is also going on behind the scene, I'll simply come here and reload again. So back here, we'll take a close look that we now have 600 pounds remaining for Maxwell, and for I'll have to implement that properly. And for IO code, we have a balance of 1434. So that indicated that the transfer went as expected. It went out to be successful. So we'll go over to our code base right now to implement the whole of those logic. Opening our account slice, starting with our account slice, I could have just prompted Tabnine to generate the functions for me, but I already have that defined. So I'll simply just look for it, highlight it out, and paste. So right now I have the functions for the finding of a recipient as well as the transferring of funds. So I'll simply paste it right here into our application, and then what we simply want to do now is add the different cases to our extra reducers. Now to add the case, you know what to do. You simply move down to builder, and what I want to do is highlight these other defined cases, Control C, and then simply move down to more like the end part, and I'll simply paste the value right here. So what I'll do is simply change the different functions so that we can get it implemented. I've gone ahead to include all of the cases for both functions we just included. Okay, so we have the function, we have the case for the get recipient, and we also have that of the transfer funds. I want us to take a close look at the case where we have a fulfilled request. Now we are simply setting our recipient, which is a field I've defined inside of my initial state. And we're setting to the return value, because what we just simply want is to query the recipient from our server. And for that of the transfer funds, the function, or perhaps the object with a response our server will return, is an object of type transaction, which we've defined in our server. So we have a list of transactions, and then we simply just want to push that return value from the payload into that particular list. So how have we defined this? If I'm to scroll up to the top, just like we've defined our account list and our status, I've defined the recipient value as null and the transaction as an array. So that is why we are able to make use of the push directly inside of our add case. Okay, take note of that. It's right here. And finally, we are simply exporting all of these different values that we've defined. We are also resetting the recipient in a case whereby the value, the account number, or the value being passed into our input box is changed. Okay, and let's take a close look at how we've defined that. Now, because that operation is not an asynchronous operation, we can go ahead now. We can go ahead and place it inside of our reducers. Okay, in place of making use of the extra reducers. So with that, now we can move to our withdraw form and provide the implementation for that particular component. Okay, right now I could simply prompt Tabnine to give me a generation of this code. Well, just like with the other components where I stated I didn't want to play with the style and start going forth and back with Tabnine, I will simply have the snippet already generated by Tabnine from previous application, and I'll simply paste it right inside of our withdraw form component. So withdraw form is one section of our account and it's not been displayed except the set show withdraw form inside of our account is set to true. So we'll move to our account page. So let's scroll down to the pages directory, and here we have the account, and I've uncommented this. At first it was commented, and I've also defined the proper name for the withdraw form. But then again, before we start, before we'll open up our account page in our browser, let's quickly take a close look at the functionalities of this withdraw form. So once again, we are simply importing all of the different hooks and the different functions that are needed, and we've imported the account list. Okay, fetch account list. We imported the get recipients to retrieve the recipients from our server, the fetch account status, the reset recipients, reset account status, transfer funds, as well as fetch account. And one more hook we imported from React is useMemo. The function of useMemo is to kick values between re-renders. So instead of having to carry out the operation over and over again with maybe use state, we'll simply make use of useMemo to kick the value. And when one value changes, then our states will respond based on that value. Let's take, for instance, this disable input. So our input will be disabled if a recipient is not found. In that case, we are going to have something like this: recipient not found, then assign disable input to true. But if recipient is found, assign disable input to false. And it takes in a list of dependency, just like use effect. Can be none, it can be nothing, or it can be a list of value, just like we have the recipient, because we are majorly concerned with the recipient in this case. First, we have the use dispatch. You know what it's for. We've imported our list using the fetch account list. Our recipients is just to fetch the recipient from our slice, and right here we are defining this value. It's an object value, and we can also go ahead and set it. But then again, what's inside of this value is the recipient account number, which we are going to be binding to an input, the amount, as well as the code for the particular currency in question. At first, we are giving it an initial value of USD, which will update over time. And we also have to specify it from the account of the user itself who is making this withdrawal, which of its account. So we filter through it, and we are setting the initial value of USD. Okay, and now we simply want to take a look at this find recipient. So inside of our find recipient, we are dispatching open spinner to open the spinner to indicate that something is going on in the background, and we are getting the recipient passing in this transaction info, and that is if our transaction info has been updated. And we handle input change. Now the way we handle input change right here. At first, we are setting the transaction info object body. Okay, so we want to check at secondly if it's the name of that input, or if the name of that particular HTML element, that's the name attribute associated with the element that triggered that event, is equal to code. I want to set from account, okay, to make use of our account list value for that particular to make use of our account with that particular value as the code. So what I'm trying to say is that if we look at withdraw component and a user clicks on this ngn, we want to set the from account to ngn so we can pass the balance at this top. Okay, so that is what I'm trying to say. So depending on the value that is selected, so it checks at first to see if the name associated with this select element is equal to code, so it can go ahead and implement that functionality. So at a point in time, you'll have the source code for you to go through, and you get the proper understanding of all of this logic I've implemented. We can also see that if the target name is the recipient account number, then handle recipient account change, and that function is just defined below. And see that if the length is equal to 10, so just dispatch open spinner and get the recipient. We could have just passed our transaction info in this scenario, but one thing I want to point out is that because it is yet to update the latest value of transaction info, we have to destructure it and then pass in our recipient account number, which is a field, and equate it to the e.target.value, which more like the target value of the event. Although we've already set it right here, it's yet to update state, so we have to ensure that we are passing in the correct value as some request data to our server. And yeah, the next will simply be in the case where the length is not equal to 10, we want to ensure that we are resetting the recipient so that we don't now have a case whereby the request turns out successful, and at the end of the day a value is taken away from the account number and we still have the recipient in state. So we don't want that, so we have to ensure that in that case we simply dispatch a reset recipient. And we just have this close withdraw form. You know what it's automatically going to do is going to reset the recipient at first, and then finally it's going to set our show withdraw form to false. And we have the transaction transfer. We have the transfer method or function, and we're saying that if transaction info.amount is greater than the from account.balance, we want to ensure that we return from that particular operation, and we just alert insufficient funds. But that will practically not be a scenario we'll get to encounter, but I just had to place it right here. The reason is because our button automatically is disabled when the specified amount is greater than what is inside of the balance, and we are simply stringing and printing out the transaction info. All of these log statements, we will take them out in due time. And yeah, before we have our return statement for this particular function, we have the use effect. Okay, the use effect similar to what we just what we've been implementing inside of the rest page. Now status is success, print out the status. Okay, dispatch close spinner after 2 seconds and ensure you reset the account status as well. It happens for both the failed scenario and the success scenario. And yes, we have what we simply return back to the page as the view for our withdraw form. Nothing much, similar to what we have for our new account, but with a couple of changes due to its own different implementation. So I'll move back to my browser now, and we can go ahead and test this withdraw functionality for this other user. So we can see that we have it says fetch account was not found, so we'll have to move back to our application and scroll all the way to the top. Where do we have fetch account? It's right here. So let me search for, let me just take it out because we already have fetch recipient, and we don't have any error because okay, we still have one, and this is the error we have. So instead of fetch account, what was that function we defined? Okay, it's get account. So we are going to get the account to give us the updated value. So this should be get account in Tabnine. We have to import that value from our slice. So back to the browser, we now have the withdraw. Let's click on it. Now we now have its functionality being properly implemented. So I can go ahead now, and just like we did with Maxwell, we can do exact same thing with IO code. So I'll click on the British pounds and copy the account number associated with this particular Maxwell British account and paste it right here. So we're going to have this request sent to the server, and you see it fails. The reason is because my currency was set to USD, so I'll change that to pounds, and let's just take out the value and place it back. So we now have Maxwell being displayed, and what I simply want to send is just the value on top of the €1,000. So I'll simply send 413, just because of the charges that will also be applied. So I can go ahead and change this value to 410, and simply I'll withdraw. Okay, so we'll move to our home page, and we see that a request was made to our server, and the value of our British pounds account has been updated. And if I'm to click on it, okay, we are yet to implement that. Let me quickly just do that. So back to my home page, I'll scroll all the way down. I've took out this initially just because we didn't have that functionality, so I'll take it out and delete the comment, then scroll all the way to where we're supposed to have that implemented, which is inside of our account item. So right before the class name, I want to apply this on click functionality, give the space, so we have that error gone. So I'll simply save, and let's move back to our browser, and I'll click on this, and it redirects to our account page. So inside of Maxwell dashboard, I'll reload, and we should have 1,000 or whatever. Okay, we have 1,010 as British pounds balance. So that is all for our withdraw functionality. We should now go ahead and implement the function for converting between currencies of different pairs. So before we see how our converting of currency works and finally implement that, because that is just that's the final implementation carried out by an account, and even the creation of card, we want to quickly take a look at this use effect and make a simple cleanup. So right now you might come across something like this in other parts of the application. So the reason is because I did a couple of simple copy and paste, and in some of those pages, the implementations we have for the success case and the failed status, they are pretty much different. So but in this scenario, the only thing that is different in this use effect is the printing out of the status in the case of the success. And I'll simply correct this. This should be transaction, not transaction, or transactions. Okay, so right now we have similar operation. So what I would do is just write this part out, and we want to have a scenario whereby this operation occurs if we have a status of success or failed. So I'll paste that in, and then I can do away with this second if statement. So that is that. Now let's quickly move on to our browser, and for already made application, we want to move to the convert page, and we see that this is how we convert between currencies of same pair. So I'll zoom in a bit and zoom out too. So right now what I can do is change the currency in question, impute a value, and right here we can simply convert. If I'm going to convert a value of £10, after a successful conversion, our pounds balance will be updated, and our USD balance will be updated as well, and will be redirected to the home page. I can move back to the convert and look at what we have here. Is a scenario whereby our button is disabled. The reason for that is because we have the same currency pair, and even if in scenarios where we don't have the same currency pair, the button is still disabled because we are here to provide a valid value that can be converted between currencies. In the case, I'll impute a 1, and we should have our button being enabled. And one more functionality, or perhaps two more functionality, that this particular page has is the ability to switch between the currencies. So if I'm to click on it again, we have USD, we have NGN, Clicking on it is going to switch our currency pair from different value, and you see that yes, this part is also getting updated as well. Now to get the exchange rate again, we'll just simply click on this icon right here, and it's going to like spin, indicating that it's getting the rate from our server. So I'll open up the terminal a bit. I want to move to the console part. I'll clear up everything, and when I click on this, okay, we have our exchange rate being sent back. So more like updating in real time, but that is, this exchange rate is being gotten from our server. Don't forget how we implemented it inside of the first server, if inside of the first part of this tutorial, uh, in the server application. So right now we will move back to VS Code, and starting with the account slice, we will define the two functions, which happens to be the getting of the exchange rate and the converting of currency. Then we'll go ahead and add the cases to our extra reducer. Now inside of our account slice, we want to go ahead and implement those other two functions. One for getting the exchange rate from our server, and the second is simply for converting between the currencies. I already have those functions defined. I don't want Tabnine to give me something different, and even though Tabnine will give me something similar, then again, he already did it in my previous application, so I'll just simply paste it right here. So right now we have the get exchange rate. We'll pass in our authorization server, getting our access token. And one thing I want to point out is that I can simply just take out this whole part, which I'll be doing for all of the different cases. I'll highlight them, Control D all through, and I simply want to pass in token because we already have this feed value defined. So that is one update I can do inside of these different async function. So let's move to our get exchange rate. So at first it's sending a request to slash rate endpoint of our slash account endpoint in our to our server, and it retrieves the rate, and after which we can move on with the next implementation. So right now for the conversion of currency, it's going to take in the details, which happens to be the transaction information, and send that request to our server to the slash account slash convert endpoint of our API. So we are simply also returning the data, but what do we do with this data? We'll specify them in the add case session. Okay, now we have the add case session. Let's quickly take a close look at it. I'll paste it here at first, and let's see what we define. So firstly, we take a close look at what we have for our get exchange rates or dot fulfilled case. Now we are setting the rate to be equal to the action.payload that is coming from our server. I'll save this at first, but I'm here to define this rate for this rate field instead of my initial state. So I'll scroll all the way to the top, and let's simply import that value. So we're gonna have rates, okay, and it should be null at first. Now it's an object, but we want to set it to a value of null. And now we want to move back to the bottom, and after a successful conversion of currency has taken place, a transaction is being sent back. A response that has a body of type transaction is being sent back. So we can go ahead and push that payload right into the list of transactions. Now with all of this properly implemented, they are all on what you've seen previously, so there's no difference. So having to code it over again while you watch me would be kind of boring. So I have to just simply go ahead and paste the code. Or you can use Tabnine to also generate it for you. You've seen scenarios where I did mine with Tabnine, but then for the documentation of the code, I'll be making use of Tabnine. Now I'll simply save this slice, to ensure it has been updated. And we're going to move to where we have to implement our um, view. Okay, but before that, we want to fetch our rate. So I'll simply come over here and export const. I'll simply call it fetch rates, and this should be equal to state. We are gonna have state dot account dot rate. Okay, so that is that, and here we are good to go. Having defined everything regarding the conversion of currency inside of our account slice, let's move over to our convert page, and I'll open it, and we are going to paste the snippet of code that defines the UI and the respective actions, and then walk through the snippet of code. So I'll simply paste in that code right here, and at first let's scroll all the way to the top. Now, apart from all of the import statement that we have here, we have a list of variable definition at the top. We can see we are used to most of what we have here, the dispatch and the account list, as well as the rates. For the rates, we are simply getting a hold of the fetch rates export we have inside of our account slice, and we are making use of a state variable, a state field called rate. So this is just for the convert page alone. So we just manage it with a local state. Now for this is rotating is set to false. So when we click on that icon, which we have right here on the convert page, I'll now open up my this icon right here. You see it rotates, indicating that a request is being sent back to the server. So that particular state right there is in charge of managing that. And now we have our transaction info, which contains the from currency to currency and the amount, and we're handling input change for each of the select and inputs we have in our convert page. So we're also making use of use state to set the from account, indicating the particular account the user is trying to convert the funds from. Okay, so that is that. Now we have navigate for navigating, you already know that, and here we have switch currencies. So we simply just click on this icon right here and we switch the currencies. So that is the functionality right here. It simply just exchanges the two value of our transaction info. So we have the from currency being equal to the to currency at the end of the day, and we set that as our transaction info object. Now we have the get current exchange rate, which we just saw previously, and we are setting that is rotating field to true, which is why it rotates when this action is being executed. And we simply dispatch our get exchange rate so that our store can take hold of the action. So I'll simply save the page, and yes, once again we're also making use of use memo, okay, to kick values between different states. So if our transaction info is to change, this to value will indicate the total amount of value in the to currency that the from currency would convert to. Okay, so what am I trying to say? Let's take a close look at this. So if I change the amount right here, this is the total value, so this is the total value, and we are making use of the use memo hook to achieve this result. And like I stated, it depends on an array, okay, a list of it depends on a list of values, and the value we have right here is the transaction info and the rate. And we have disable convert button, checks for a couple of conditions. At first, check that our transaction info dot from currency is if it's equal to currency, or if the amount is greater than the from account balance, then we simply just want to return. In that case, we return a value of true, indicating that we want to disable the convert button. However, if the reverse is the case, then we want to return a value of false so that we can click on our button. And for currency options, I'm getting the account list, I'm mapping through the account list, I'm getting hold of only the code so that we can change the particular currency in question. So this is what I'm trying to say. This is select button, and inside of the select button we have a couple of options. Now these currency options that I simply defined here will be used inside of our JSX that our components would return. And just before our final use effect, the definition of our use effect, we have the definition of our convert function. We open a spinner at first, and I'm simply printing out the transaction info to the console, and then we dispatch the convert currency. We dispatch the convert currency function so that our slice or our reducer will take the action from there, and we have passed in our transaction info. We've also ensure that after this transaction has taken place, we are getting the list of accounts from our server to get the updated values. Okay, and finally we simply navigate to the dashboard. And for the use effect, you can take a close look at that when the code is uploaded, and take note of what is happening here. We have two different use effects, one for checking other values in the state and the other for simply checking out the different status value for our application, for the convert page as a whole. And right here we have the return value. So for all of this first part, we are simply looking at containers, and right here we have the select option, and we are having a value of transaction.fromCurrency, and here we are handling the input change. Yeah, like I stated, we are going to pass in the currency options not just in one place but also in two different parts, for the from currency and for that of the to currency. So it's pretty much similar stuff. So that is that for our convert page. Now you have the source code to go through them in the future, and yeah, we can simply check out this implementation now by opening our browser and moving to our own running application. Let's simply reload and see. It says it cannot resolve spinner for a reason I don't know. Okay, so we want to import spinner from the correct directory. Let's move all the way to the top, and let's simply import spinner. Okay, so we have components, and then we have spinner. Okay, so that will do, and I'll simply go back to my browser. Let's reload. Let's see if that was saved. Okay, it's yet to be saved, so I'll simply save. Now my extensions for to saving are not working as expected, so I'll have to fix that issue. But for now, let's simply save manually. Okay, it has been saved, and now we cannot resolve what? We cannot resolve account slice. So I'll move back again, and inside of my import statement for the account slice, we are getting from the accounts directory. So I'll take out this S and save again, and back to the browser. Let's reload and see what we have. Okay, so everything is all working perfectly fine. So I'll simply click on the convert, and we have it right here, and we just have the value associated with we just have two options because these are the only account that this particular logged in user has created. So let us go ahead and convert this value of 10G Great British pounds to that of the United States dollar. So I'll simply click on the convert, and yeah, we have been redirected to our home page, I can see that the value of our USD increased and that of our pounds decreased. So that is that for our convert functionality. We can go ahead now and implement that of our card. All right, this is our card page for this particular user, and we can see that this user is yet to have a card. But let's assume that this user do not already have a USD account, since our card only holds funds in US dollars. And to demonstrate that, I'll simply reload this page, and here we have I'll reload again, pardon me. Okay, now here we have, you need to have a USD account before creating a card. Now this is wrong, but I just wanted to show you what is going to display at first if the user does not have a USD account created already. So this is a bug. We're going to be fixing it alongside for our account page. If I'm to reload right now, we're going to have a balance of 0, and at the end of the day it shows 2 because it has sent a request back to our server. So we'll also fix that. So we'll put everything on the top dashboard so that when we write to any page, all of those properties, all of those values will already be provided from the dashboard itself. So let's move back to our card, and here we can see that in the case where the user already has a USD account, we have this message: you'll be charged a service fee of USD for this transaction. So you have to specify a minimum deposit of 1 USD for the card funding. So let's go ahead now and create a card for this particular user. So I'll impute a value of 6, and I'll simply click on create card. Now I want you to take note of what we have here. This is our already made application running on port 301. So I just logged in with this particular user who doesn't yet have a card. So for demonstration purpose, I just want to walk you through the flow and process of how it takes a user of our banking app to create a USD card. So finally, we have the image of the card, the amount of the card, the name of the owner of this card, and if we scroll down, we have the card details as well as a list of transactions carried out by the user. So what we want here is a list of transactions carried on the card. Okay, that is for the card page. Now you go ahead and do that. It should be an assignment on your part to work to get your hands a little bit busy. So you go ahead, implement that, have a filter through the list of transactions to ensure that only transactions with the card, only transactions that will be carrying out with the card will be displayed on this part. So move on back to our code editor, which is VS Code, and we are going to start off by creating a card slice. So let's move to our slice directory, our features directory, pardon me. And I'm going to go ahead at first to create the card directory. So we have card, and we're going to have slash card slice. Okay, so right here we have our card slice, and now we can go ahead and impute our code. So here the snippet of code will just be pasted in, and we'll have a walkthrough. And you can see there are some parts I've commented that I'll explain the reason why. So let's scroll all the way to the top. So we've at first define our initial state, or set our card to null. Our transactions should be empty for now, and our status is at a value of idle. And here we have the create card in scenario where user is to create a card. We are sending to our card slash create endpoint, and right here we can simply just leave as is, or we can implement what we did inside of our account slice. I'll simply bring that up. So all the way to the top, we've at first had a token definition, getting it from the session storage, so we can implement the same thing inside of our inside of our card slice. So what I'll simply do is paste that value here and highlight all of this and just make use of token instead to make it much more readable. So I'll simply highlight everything and there we have token. Okay, so that is for the headers. Now we are sending our post request indicating the amount to create for our card, to create our card with, and that is for the creating of the card. And the next function is crediting of the card. Okay, we also send to the slash credit endpoint specifying the value of the amount. So our API will get the value of the amount from the query parameter, which is amount in this scenario. So it's similar to what we have for creating the account, just that with different endpoints. And at the end of the day, it returns a transaction as the data. Okay, so we'll see how to handle all of this inside of our cases. And the next function is the debit card, similar to crediting of the card, sent to the slash debit endpoint. And there we just subtract the amount that is coming from the query parameter as well. That's all handle logic inside of our server. And the next is simply getting the card. You already know what that is going to do, is a get request with our API layer to get the card, and we'll see how to handle this inside of our extra reducers. Okay, so we have add transactions. This is not where we want to include that, or perhaps no, not here. So I'll simply take that value off from our reducer. And here we have reset card status to reset the state, and we'll scroll down a bit. We'll have our extra reducers. So let's first of all take the case of creating a card. You can see that after a card has been created, our card will be sent back from our server to indicate a successful creation of the card. And what we have is a scenario where we are setting our card state to be equal to the action.payload, which is going to be the value we are getting back from the server. And at the end of the day, we are also including an image to the object that would be returned. Okay, so we have image, credit card image, which we've imported at the top. So I'll scroll down and check the next case, which is the credit card case. So here we are getting hold of our transactions. For the fulfilled case, we are getting hold of the transactions and pushing our action.payload. For the next one, it's still the same. So right here we have transaction, and that is wrong. We want to include an S because it's not just a single transaction. So that should be it. And let's see again what we have for the next implementation. So right here we are simply getting the card, similar to what we have for the create card. We are getting the card, and we are specifying the image that we will associate with the card. And for a delete card, like I stated in the other first part of this video, I did mention that we are going to be implementing it, but I'm going to leave that out just for the sake of time. This period I'm a little bit busy, and I was not able to update it on time. So you can go ahead. I've already included the implementation right here for the client side. You can go ahead, play around with that of the server side, and implement that function on your own part. So that is that for the card slice. So we can go ahead now and implement our UI for our card. Now, one thing I love to point out is that most developers take the practice of having most of the entity item defined alongside what they have in the features. So the reason I'm creating this directory, I could have just have all of the slices inside of our features directory. So in some cases, you might feel like you want to place everything right inside of this directory, more like having both the pages and how an account item would be presented inside of this account directory. So that is why I'm separating it with a different directory. Okay, so we will now move to our card page and implement our UI. Now I'll simply go ahead and paste in the content of the card page, just like we have right here. So I'll collapse this file tree, and then I'll wrap my code. Okay, I want to point out that what we simply have here are a list of components that makes up our card page. Let's take a close look at the component from the top. Okay, So right here we have the create card component, and this create card component is going to be displayed in scenarios whereby the user card does not already exist, because at first a request will be made to our server to retrieve the card, and if it finds out that our server returns with an error statement or a null value, which is what it's supposed to return with, then we'll display the create card component. However, in the case whereby the card is shown, the card exists, then we want to display this other, sorry, not this other part, but from this other part. Okay, so we have this snippet to display. Now when the show card fund form is shown, that is to credit a card, we have to show this card fund form, then this should automatically be displayed. For our card withdrawal form, that is the debiting of a card, we want to show the card withdrawal form. And then what we have is our section for our card image, that section that displays the details of the card, that is this section. Okay, so this is our card image and the details that mix it up. So if I'm to click on this, our show card font form will be displayed. I'll have to fix an error we are currently facing. So my card image is not supposed to disappear alongside my transaction. That should only happen in smaller devices or devices with smaller screen sizes. So fix that, but for now let's just move ahead with the implementation that we have. And finally we have our card details. Now this card details, I'll simply comment it out because we'll be implementing the card details when we want to also implement our account details section. So with all of this stated, we'll go ahead right now and create each of the file, the components inside of our components directory. So I'll move to the top. I'm going to have a card directory at first, where we're going to place all of these different components that makes up our card page. We are going to start off with the create card component. So we have create card. Okay. And let's just make use of ROSC for now. Just to generate snippets, and we are going to move to our card page again. And what do we have? We have the card font form. So back to the component, we are going to create that. Okay, the next thing for us to create now would be our card withdrawal form. So right inside of the component, we want to create that as well. So we have not inside of our page, but inside of our card component. Okay, and now okay, we are going to have our card image, which happens to be the final component. So let's go ahead and have that. Okay, and just like we commented out our card details, I'll move back to my card page. Oh, this is it. Okay, we have the card withdrawal form. So this is the card page. So just like we commented out this part, which is the card details, we'll also do the same with our transaction. Okay, so simply comment out our transaction, and let's create our card details component before we go ahead and start the implementations of the different components. Okay, one thing I love to point out for our card page as a whole is the conciseness and the shortness of the entire structure. Okay, this is because we've separated different component that makes up this page. So we'll simply just call those components inside of our card component, and if there's any changes we want to make to any of those components, we go to the component directory and apply those changes to the desired component in question. So that is that. There are not much of HTML and perhaps no HTML inside of our card component. What we simply have are just calls to the other components. Okay, so that is that for our card page, and I'll simply just save our slice as well as save our slice. So we are going to start off with our create card component. So I'll open that directory right now, or I'll open that file. So I'll simply click on it, and here we have this snippet already, but I want to paste the snippet of creating a new card from my previous already working application. Okay, right now I'll go ahead now and paste the content of our create card. So I'll simply highlight everything we have right here, and I'll place that new value. So if we take a close look at these components, let's see what we have from the very top. So we have a couple of variable definition. We have our spinner, we have our status, we simply fetch our card status. We have the dispatch, we have the account list. Okay, the account list is here for a reason, to check if the user already have a USD account. And we're also making use of use state to set an initial state for our USD account. Now making use of use navigate to navigate to our account page in the case if this particular logged in user trying to create a card does not already have a USD account. So it navigates to the account page for the user to create a USD account. And here we have use effect for setting the particular USD account to our account with the code USD. And the next we have our create card form. Okay, so create card form is an inner component that is nested inside of our create card. So at the end of the day, right here inside of our main create card function, we check to see that if the USD account is not null, then we can go ahead and make use of this component or this snippet at the top, okay, for this create card. However, if the reverse is the case, that is the USD account is null, then we simply want to display this other section that goes like this. You need to have a USD account before creating a card, and after which we provide the button, and then we make use of the create USD account function we've defined above. Let's quickly take a close look at what we have for our create card form. Okay, so it's going to present for us a form, and in that form we will present an input box where we can specify the amount, and this is the input box pardon me, sorry, this is the input box right here, and in this input box we've binded the amount to the amount we've defined, and we are also setting the value when the handle inputs change. So that is that for the create card. Now we'll go ahead now and implement that of our card image. I'll paste the content of our card image component now, and then let's quickly take a close look at what we have, and then we can pretty much go and make changes to it. So we have all of our import statement, and we can see that we are making use of a feed called user card, and we're using selector to get the card. Now this should be fetch card, so I'll make that correction. So I'll move to our import statement at first, and let's correct it. So this should be fetch. We have that fetch card. I'll simply highlight, copy, and paste it right inside of our use selector call. Okay, so that is that for the card. Now we have this image specifying the user card image. So we can see that we are specifying the source property of this image as a user card image property, and we are giving it a width of 400. Now all of these are CSS, and if we take a close look at what we have here, just to represent something like a master card, I've defined this as a div and this as a div as well, and these are the divs that are pretty much here. Okay, we can see that I've given it a width of 5 and a height of 5, and a rounded excel. There contains nothing, but then we specify the background color just to indicate a master and card kind of scenario. And after which we have the user card that all of these are placed inside of the card image. Okay, because the image is kind of positioned in a way that is relative to all of these other absolute children. Okay, so that is that for image, and after which we have the respective button. FA plus is an icon to indicate that we want to add funds to this particular card, and we have FA exchange auth to indicate that we want to simply withdraw from our card to our USD account balance. I still have the same styling, similar stylings. And finally, we have the MD delete for deleting our card. But then again, like I stated, I left that one as an implementation that you should carry out. Now, all of these are inside of our own application, and for now we are yet to test the application. All I want to do is pretty much provide all of the components, define all the content of the component that makes up the card page, and after we should reload, make any corrections, and see how we've successfully implemented that. So the next component in question for us to go ahead now and implement would be the card withdraw form component. All right, for our card withdraw form, we'll simply go ahead now and have the snippet pasted. Okay, so let's have a quick walkthrough, but at first I'll have to close my file tray. And yeah, we have imported all that is necessary for the creation of this component, and here we are defining the respective variable at this top, all of this variable. And right here we're making use of disable button to ensure that we can only click the button when this validation passes, and we're making use of the React hook use memo to kick the value between re-renders. And yeah, we have our debit function that simply is dispatch our debit card function, specifying the amount which we've defined inside of our card slice. And yeah, and we can see that in case where by the user card, the user balance is less than the amount, we have insufficient funds. Just like with withdraw functionality, this is a scenario where we will hardly come across, but because of just validating that case, we just simply have it. But right now, if we take a close look at what we have for our disable button use memo function, we've ensured that the button will not be enabled. That means it will not be clickable until those validation passes. But still on, we still have that particular check. Now, in addition to what we have here, we have the fetch card, and immediately the debit card transaction has taken place. We'll simply fetch the card to get the updated value from our database, after which we make use of use effect. Use effect is being defined in the case of both sources and failed state. We can see that right here we have the get account, and we are dispatching to our server to get the latest value of our account, and yeah, that is it. And finally, it's going to set the show withdraw form to false. So this operation alone is going to ensure that the state of the card changes from idle to pending to success. And in the case of success, we are going to have this operation carried out, and we are going to dispatch the get account to update the value of our account. And finally, for the status of failed, we're also going to carry out these two operations. And in addition to that, we are simply going to alert card funding failed. Now let's scroll down a bit. So right inside of the return statement, we have the section we are returning, and yeah, that is pretty much it for the card withdraw form. So that is it. Now we'll move over to the card fund form to implement its logic. So we'll go ahead now and paste the snippet for our card font form. So I'll simply paste it inside of this page. Let's quickly take a close look at what we have. So our card font form is just similar to the withdraw form, just that in this case we are funding the card, and we have all of the relevant import statement. Okay, and right here we are defining a state that will hold the record of our amounts, and we are also defining the account. Okay, so this account will be our USD account. So that is why we have the filter function of our account list to retrieve the USD value and assign the index of the first value, which is at index 0, from the filter list. Initially, this automatically will return an array value of one of length 1 because we only have a single USD account for a single user. So we'll just simply access that value with the index 0. So that is that. And I'm printing the length. I'll take that length of the account list from there. And right here, we can see that we are printing the sources of the transaction state. And inside of our field scenario, we have card funding field. Okay. And there's inconsistency on my part because card funding field was also defined for card withdrawal form. So I'll simply scroll down a bit, and inside of our card withdrawal form, inside of the use effect, I want to simply change this value to withdraw field. Okay, so we have that. So just to differentiate between our withdrawal and our funding, so I'll simply save it and move back to the card funding to continue with the component definition. So right here we are simply just indicating to show the form card form. That is, we have a button for canceling it. That's why we have this F 8 times. So if we take a close look at what we have in our browser, let's move on to this page. This withdraw, we have this FAX icon right here. So when I click on it, it's going to close it. Okay, so I'll move back to my code editor. And yeah, we have that for the funding, similar stuff with what we have for the withdraw as well. So that is that for what we have right here. So we'll check all of these implementations inside of our browser. Now we are still making use of the same user inside of our application we are currently developing. For now we have an error. It says accounts in account slide is not recognized. So I'll have to open up my I don't have that. So it says can't resolve this in this component. Which component in question? Let's take a close look at our withdraw component. Okay, card withdraw form. My bad, I didn't see that on time. So we'll take a close look at our card withdraw form, and we want to correct that import statement. It should come from the correct directory. So we're going to have account, and then I'll simply save. Okay, now I'll just reload. Okay, it says cannot read properties of undefined status, and this should be, we also have fetch card status. Okay, let me check something. No, we have the fetch card status, and we also have it defined inside of our card slice, but we are yet to include the card slice or the card reducer inside of our store. So we have to define that, just like we've added the other reducer. So we'll have to include the card reducer as well. So we are going to have card, let's have it card reducer. Okay, so back to our browser. I think that error should be gone now. So I'll simply just reload. Okay, we also have to import it. I'll just be faster than my shadow. So I'll simply Ctrl+C and paste it twice. So I'm going to have card reducer imported from our card slice. Okay, and back to the browser. Let's see what we have. Okay, and here we have a scenario where we've properly implemented what we want, and we can see that you need to have a USD account before creating a card, and that is not what we want because we already have a USD account for this user, and in fact we already have a card for this user. So this is as a result of having not properly dispatched the different functions in the part we were supposed to do it. So I'll move over to my dashboard, my dashboard page. I want to define a use effect hook inside of the dashboard. So this is where I want it. So go ahead now and define this use effect, and this use effect at first is going to dispatch all of the different calls to our API endpoint. So I have use effect. Inside we are going to define this function. First, let's define the dispatch instance. Okay, Right now we want to dispatch get account, and the next thing we want to dispatch my bad, that's wrong. So we're going to dispatch get card as well. So let's have get card and simply import that. So I'll simply save now, and if we have to move back to our browser, move back to our own application, see get accounts is not defined. Let's take a close look at our dashboard again. So inside of our dashboard, we are yet to have that particular function imported. So I'll make corrections to that. So let's have it imported. So I'll click on enter, and now we have it imported. So right now I'll simply move down to the card, and I'll just reload. So after reloading, we now have the card shown right here. So let's go ahead and fund our card, and I'll fund it with the desired amount. So we're going to make corrections to all of this so that we still have our card image being displayed even while funding it for a screen, for a device with large screen size. So I'll simply fund the card, and you can see that we have properties of undefined reading card. We are going to fix all of those. So I'll simply close right now, and let's go ahead and try again if it's going to work. Okay, it failed to work. So we'll move back to our code editor to ensure that we fix that issue. Upon a little inspection, I discovered that all of those actions we carry out, both for the withdrawal and for the funding of the card, all went out successful. But due to the fact that I was trying to access components before, I was trying to access values from our card before the component mounted successfully, that is the request we got from the API was back. That was why that error was coming back. So we'll go ahead now and withdraw the funds from our USD balance. So I'll withdraw a value of 12, and we can simply transfer to the account. Now the changes has not yet been reflected because it's still holding on to the previous state. So I'll just simply reload, and let's see what we have here. So right now we have a balance of 150, but for that of the funding, I simply left it as is because I just wanted to show you the changes I made to our card funding, to our card withdrawal page. I want to demonstrate it with the card funding page because they're just something similar. So I'll simply click on fund card. You can see cannot read properties of undefined reading card. So I'll simply close now, and also close this form as well, and move back to my card fund page. So one thing I want to point out, the cause of this error was the fact that I was making use of this particular variable, which was not a function defined inside of our slice, but it was supposed to be get card and not fetch card. So I'll go ahead now and make that correction. So we have get card in place of fetch card. So let's simply import that and take out the other card. Okay, so that is what we wanted. That is what we want. So that is for our card funding form. So I'll move back to my browser, and let's go ahead now and fund it, and let's see if that was saved. Okay, it was. So let's move back to the browser and fund this card with a value of 15 USD. So I'll simply click on fund form. So now we have that error resolved, but still yet we are still having the hold value because it didn't really resolve the state immediately, despite I was making a call to this to fetch our card or get our card from the function. Okay, so I'm sending a get card request right here. So it's supposed to get the latest information of our card and make use of our user card inside of our card image to get the latest value by fetching the card, but for some reason it didn't really get the latest value. But we have to reload in order for us to see the reflected change. So with that stated, we can go ahead now and implement our transactions, and then we'll look at the account details, and with that we can also go ahead and implement the card details because they are just similar in nature. So what I'm trying to say is that if we open this browser, we simply log in with this user, we are going to have an account detail. Okay, so this is the information of the account. When I click on card, we also have something similar, as well as the list of transactions associated with both the account and the card respectively. So I'll go ahead now and implement that of our transaction, after which we can implement the details of our account and our card. Let's go ahead now and create our transaction slice. So right inside of our features directory, we'll create this folder for the transaction slice. So I'm going to have transaction. Okay, so that is for our transaction slice. And I already have this snippet of code that I'll just go right in and paste inside of the slice. So I'd love to walk you through what we have here defined. So let's scroll all the way to the top. Now we know that our transaction is going to be a list of arrays. So let me change this value from transaction to transaction list. Okay, and here we are going to be getting transactions. Perhaps I'll simply undo that. Highlight everywhere we have the first transaction. It's my bad. Okay, let's start it all the way from this part. Okay, and I want to point something out. What I want to point out is the fact that if we take a close look at what we just have here, it's because we are setting our status to pending. Otherwise, you can simply leave this part, okay, and just have the case of the fulfilled and error. But then again, because we are setting this particular state to pending, we also have to have the status as well. So what I'll simply do now, like I said, is just highlight all of this, and we are simply getting the transaction. And right here we are going to have first transaction list, which makes sense. And right, we have first transaction status. So this should be transaction list. Okay, I want to take out the S from the name we will be assigning to this particular slice. So we just have transaction alone. And for the status, I'll do that as well. So let's scroll all the way back to the top to change the name of our function. So our function should be called get transaction. Okay, get transactions. And take a close look at what we have here. We have defined an API request to our get request to our transactions endpoint, and we are specifying the particular page number, passing in our query, followed by the header. Now what I want to do is define that token value again. So we're going to have session storage get, let's have access token. Okay, you can see my bad, I was making use of double quotes. I want to highlight that and make use of single quotes. Okay, all of these proper corrections are made before releasing the source code of this application. So right now we have this, which can just highlight and just pass in the token value. Okay, so yeah, we have our headers now with just the token, and we can see that this is just the only operation that our transaction slice carries out. So the reason for this is because when we create a transaction, we don't make use of the transaction slice to do that. We create a transaction with an account, and at the end of the day, we create a transaction with an account, and at the end of the day, when the request of that transaction is coming from the account, goes to the server automatically creates a transaction for us, and we only make use of the slice to get that transaction. So right now we will simply change this value from transaction, because we have an error, to transaction list. And let's see what I'm having right here. And I'll point out that this is not what we'll practically want, because for our reducers we don't need this. Okay, what we only need is to set the transaction status, because if you take a close look at this now, it's more like I'm adding a transaction from my own application without any asynchronous call. So I'm going to have set, not set, but reset transaction status. Okay, we'll have state should be equal to state dot status should be equal to idle. Okay, and we want this inside of a curly brace. Okay, so with this we have simply just went ahead to reset the status. Okay, so that is that, and we can simply save. Okay, in place of get transaction, we want to make use of get transactions. My bad. We're going to add an s to it, and we are going to have transaction list. Okay, and okay, so what's happening right here is that we are sorting the list of transaction coming from our database with the date. Okay, so that is that, and then finally we are going to set our transaction list to be equal to that value. As you can see, action.payload.sort pass into date value, and we simply return the latest value, and finally we are setting our status to success. And yeah, that is that. Now for this, we don't have this. What we have is reset transaction status, and right here we are fetching that value, and I can also close this inside of parentheses, but I'll just leave as is and take out this parentheses covering our transaction status. So let me walk you through this slice again. So at first we are defining our initial state, and right here we are getting our token. Okay, and since we are making a call to get our list of transactions, we have to pass the token. As you can see right here, we have to define the header, and then we pass in the headers token, the headers authorization token. And before that, we have to specify the page we are querying from our server. And I'm logging this data, but I'll kind of take it out before deployment. And right inside of our transaction slice, we are creating a slice. Okay, like I said, we'll be giving a name to our slice. The name should be transaction and not transactions. Finally, inside of our reducers, we are resetting the transaction state. Now the only case we have for extra reducers is just the get transaction, and I've gone ahead to define it right here. We specify the pending state, and then we sort the list of transaction using the date, and finally we are exporting the respective value. So we'll simply go ahead now to our store to add this newly added slice or reducer. So right inside of the store, we want to go ahead now and include our newly added reducer, which is the transaction. So we're going to have transaction. Okay, and right here we want to import transaction. So we're going to have transaction reducer. And there's one thing I love to point out. If you take a close look at what we have user and we have user reducer, we have page reducer, we have account And all of these are the name that we have given to the slice. So if you do something like transactions reducer and the name you've given to the slice is different from what we have here, like if I'm to open up the slice now, we see that name feed inside of our slice. So this, I'll scroll up. So we have this name feed and it's just transaction. Then we'll have an error. So you want to ensure that you are pairing it with, you are ensuring that it's the name you've defined inside of this slice. Okay, so we'll move back to our store to make that correction again. So I'll move back to the store and I'll simply undo so that we have that S taken away from it. So inside of our transaction slice, we want to save the slice. So I'll simply save and just save. So that is that. So right now with all of this implemented, let's go ahead now and implement our UI for the list of transactions. So I'll go right now ahead to open up my transaction page. Now for now, if we click on our transaction page, it's going to lead us to a page that simply shows this. So I'll simply highlight everything and paste what I already have, and then we can see a quick walkthrough of this transactions page. So I'll love to scroll all the way to the top. And here we have the first transaction list being imported from the transaction slice. And we are simply having transactions, which I can go ahead and simply change to transactions list. So let me just highlight wherever transaction has been okay. So right here we are going to leave this one as recent transactions, but for this one let's simply change the value to transaction list. Okay, and I'll scroll all the way to the top again. So I'll also change this one manually, just open it right here being defined. So we have transaction list. We're making use of the use selector to fetch that transaction list, just like we've gotten it from here. And we have a couple of I'll say inner components, because I wanted to ensure that the final component, which will be our transaction as a whole that is returned, is quite readable. Okay, so at first we are going to have a th item. So this th item stands for the head elements. Okay, we'll see that definition right here. So we have this th element, th item, and we have the head element that will specify inside of the head of our table. So the different columns that makes up the head of our table. And now for the data element, this is what we have. We have all of the different datas, and here we are having the stylings to attach to them. Now for our transaction item, we are going to take in a transaction object one. Okay, on taking that transaction object, we are going to pass we are going to pass that transaction object to this item, and for each field inside of our transaction item, we are going to be displaying it inside of the data item. That's why we have the td item, which has been defined here. So what we have to do is just pass in the content, which we are going to have right here. So this is going to be the content equals to transaction.description in this case, and content equals to transaction.amount. Now if we have any other extra styles we want to apply to it, we can simply just pass that down as props as well. So that is that for our transaction item. And finally, inside of the main section that returns this list of transactions, we can see that we have a paragraph at first indicating and saying recent transactions, and we specify the styling. We have the table, we have the t-head, and inside of the t-head we have a row specifying all of the name of the different columns that makes up our table. And after which we simply map through the list of transaction, and for each transaction we pass in a single transaction, and then we display a transaction item. So that is that for our transaction. So we can go ahead now and visit our transaction page. So let me quickly open up my browser. Okay, so I'll just reload. Let's see what we have. Okay, see session storage.get is not a function. Okay, my bad. Oh, that's an error. So I'll move back to my transaction slice. Let's quickly go over there and make the correct changes. So inside of my transaction slice, for my token definition, it was supposed to be get item, not just get. So this should be get item. and let me simply save, and let's move back. So I'll reload. Let's see what we have. Okay, I'll go ahead now and log in. So all right, we can see that cannot read properties of undefined reading map. We're going to fix this as well. This is because we are trying to access a value before it has been properly initialized. So let me be very sure of that. So I'll take a close look at my server to see what we have inside of the console. So everything is as expected to work right there. So I'll simply reload again. So that error has been resolved. So it happens on the first loading. So we're going to fix that. So let's move over to our transactions page. Let's see what we have. We have the date, we have the transaction, and sorry, we have the date and we have the head of the transaction, but we do not have any transaction. Probably we are not fetching the transaction properly from our server. So I'm going to take a close look at the log that we have inside of our Spring Boot running instance. So I'll just drag that instance so that we can get a close look and a feel of it. So let's see where the error is emanating from. You can see we have transaction service coming from, we have the error coming from transaction service 31. Okay, so I'll simply click on it to see where that error is coming from. Now for all of you that came here for React, don't worry about that. You can just simply chill out on this part, but for all of you guys who have watched the first part, let's just do a quick debugging in this session. And let's also take a close look at the next line, which is from the transaction controller, and let's see what it has to say. Okay, the reason is because I failed to provide a value for the page. So I'll move back to my VS Code. I want to move to our dashboard, because that is where I've initially made the call. So just like where we had to get the account and everything. So I was supposed to tell you I've called the transaction from this dashboard. So I just went ahead and included that. And now we want to pass in a value of 0 to indicate the specified page it is to get our transaction from, because just now we had a value of none. So that is why that error was thrown. So for all of you that are seeing this first part, we have to ensure that we are passing the value to our transaction call, to the get transaction function. So now I'll simply move back to my web browser, and you can see that now we have all of the transaction. We have the list of the transaction, probably the last 10 transaction. And when we move to the home page, because we are yet to define that transaction part, we still yet not visible, and for our account page as well. So we have to do all of those right now. So to achieve that, we simply move to our respective pages in the application, starting with that of the card page. I'll scroll all the way down, and firstly we are going to just uncomment this part. So it's going to display a transaction inside of our card, and for the account we're also going to have transaction just underneath this particular section. But at first I would love to point out that even after this section, we are going to be having another section, which is the account details section. And that section is coming before that of the transaction. But I'll go ahead now and paste the session for our transaction. So this should be okay. And we should have this imported from our transaction page. So it's pretty straightforward. Since I was not giving any suggestion, I'll do it manually on my own. So this should be import. Okay. From /transaction. Okay. So I'll simply save, and let's simply take a close look at our home page and our account page. or do I have it here defined in my own page? I'm not sure of that. So I'd love to scroll all the way down, and yeah, we are yet to have that. It should come immediately after our payment section. So we are going to have transaction, and let's have the transaction imported as well. So let's have it right here. Type that in. Okay, so that is that for our home page, our account page, and our card page respectively. So we'll move back to our browser to see all of these changes. So moving to the home page, we'll see now that we now have the list of transactions being displayed, just like we have for the already made application instead of the home page. Okay, and yeah, we'll move to our account page, and we should also have something similar, which is right here. And for our card page as well, that should not also be an exception. So right now, okay, I'm just displaying 3001. That is not what I want. So move to our account page right here. We have the balance, we have the recent transaction being followed, and for our card, we have the card, we have the recent transaction. Now inside of this box will be where we are going to be placing our card details. We're also going to implement that for our account as well. So since we have taken a look at the transaction, let's go ahead and implement that of our account details and card details respectively. Just before we start the implementation of our card details, let's quickly take a close look at what we have here on the screen specifying the card details. So we have firstly the title of the section, and then with every card properties we have the respective value as well. So this is going to be the card property, and this would be the value. So instead of us just simply at coding them over and over again, we are going to create a component which I'll call the test component, and that will be placed directly inside of our component directory. And for that of the account page as well, so we can see similar thing. We have the title, and then we have the value associated with it. So I would simply call this part the tag, and then this will be the value. So we'll move back to our code editor right now, and we'll go ahead and create a component inside of the component directory. It should directly be inside of it because it's a shared component. We can go ahead, put it inside of our dashboard, or we can just simply put it directly inside of the components. So I'll prefer to put it directly under the component and not inside any other subdirectory. So I'll go ahead now and create this component, and this is going to be test component. Now each of this test component will be used inside of two other components, two other parts, which is the card details component and the account details component. So inside of the card components, I want to go ahead now. Okay, we already have this component created, and inside of the account component, inside of the account directory in the components directory, we want to go ahead now and create an account detail component. So we're going to have account details, account details.js. So that is that. I'll click on enter and save. So right inside of our test component, we want to go ahead now and paste the snippet of code we previously had. So we will be having that in a moment. Okay, so right here we have this snippet. So the test component is going to take what I call the test prop, more like a test property, and this test property will have two values. One will be the tag, and the other one will be the value associated with that particular tag, more like the feed and the value. Okay, so simply save this, and we'll move over to our card details to implement the functionality. Perhaps input the code we have for our card details. So it's pretty much straightforward, just like I explained. We are going to have a couple of test components. So instead of having what we had inside of our test components repeatedly for about 8 or 7 times, we'll simply just make use of the test component. We pass in the tag, and then we pass in the value. Okay, now take a close look at how I am passing this test property. I'm passing it in the form of an object. Okay, so we have the test prop, and inside of it I've defined an object specifying the tag and the value as well. I'll simply save, and we are going to move to our card page at first. So let's have that here. And I commented this at previously, so I'm going to uncomment it now so we can see what we have inside of our card page. So I'll simply open the browser. I want to move over to 300, which is where our application is running. And you can see that imported as card was not found, and this is coming from our card details. So we are going to move back to our code editor, and let's make that correction. So right inside of the card details, we want to have this change from card to fetch card. Okay, and right here we are going to have that as well. So I'll now move back to my browser, and we are going to move to the card page, and let's reload. Okay, okay, so as you can see, we have the details of the card now showing on the screen. Now in the case of the account page, it's quite different. The reason is because when we click on the GBP, we want to see the details of the GBP account. So yes, we are right here now. Let me scroll up a bit, so we just have these two panes showing. So if I'm to click on the NGN account, we'll see that the account number changed, even if other properties of this particular account did not change, but the balance right here changes. The account number also change because they have different account number as well as they have different currency type. Now in real world applications, believe me, all of these are going to change as well. So if I'm to click on NGN, we have the currency type of NGN, and the bank address will change as well, but I'm just using a simple coded bank address for now. So we are going to move back to our page, and right inside of this, we want to simply have our test component, have our account and details component. So we'll just have that in a couple of seconds from now. So right here I'm going to paste in the snippet, and let's quickly take a close look at it. Now, unlike our card details where we are simply getting a card using our use selector, so we are getting a card directly from the card slice. In the case of our account details, due to the fact that the current accounts that we are checking, that we are taking into consideration in particular changes over time directly inside of our account page, just like I showed. When we click on the USD, we click on the NGN, and so on and so forth, we cannot get that directly except we've configured our slice, or our slice to take note of that action. But in this case, we simply just want to pass in the current account we are taking into consideration as props into our account details. So now we'll go ahead into our account page to implement that particular functionality. So inside of our account page, which I'll open right now, so let's move to the page directory, and here we have inside the dashboard. So in addition to all of the stylings and all of the stuff we already have, before that of the transaction, and I think this should tab in a bit, so let's just do that now. It's my bad. Oh, oops. Okay, it's this instead, so I'll just tab it back. Now between the section container for the first content and our transaction, we want to simply paste in this code snippet. So what we have here is the section container again, because section container is more like a container for wrapping other components because of the styling. We want this to be constant. And we have our current account, and we are ensuring that this current account is not null. And if it's not null, then go ahead and show the account details. Okay, current account is equal to current account. So if I'm to scroll up a bit, we'll have this part where we make use of use state to set our current account, and instead of our use effect, we have the account list filtering through and specifying the currency type. Now this currency type is gotten from our currency parameter. Take note of that. So if I'm to open up the web browser for already working application, you can see that we have this currency parameter right here, and or perhaps the currency query, and here we have a value associated with it, which is ngn. So from this value, inside of our use effect, that should be right here, we are filtering through all of the accounts in the list, and we are making use of the ngn value to check if it is equal to the specified currency, okay, which is the currency parameter. And any value it returns, we get this first value in that particular array. So we take that as our current account, and that is the current account that we are currently passing in as prop into our account details. So with all of those stated, let's quickly take a close look at what we have right here. So we'll move to 300 and let's simply reload, and it says account details is not found. It was not imported, so we'll have to import this account details. So what I'll just simply do is take out this S, and we should have a suggestion pop up. So I'll click on enter, and we have it right there. So back to the browser, we see that account detail. Okay, I'll just reload. That was the old error, the previous error. Okay, so we have everything being shown now to us. Now one more thing we want to make changes to is the way our page loads. Okay, right now if I'm to reload, let's see, we'll still have the same issue. So we have all of this blank at first, and afterward it was then populated after the state was updated. So one thing we want to do in this scenario is to ensure that the status is not pending, and even if the status is pending, let us have a spinner instead of having a page that's practically blank. And this also applies to our home page to some extent. So I'll simply reload, and let's see what we have. You can see we have similar stuff, and that is also for our card page. I'll reload, and yeah, we have it. So we don't want any of those, so I'll pretty much go ahead, make those working, and after we'll do continue with the application. I've gone ahead to apply the changes to the code to ensure the limit of the flickering effect. Let's quickly take a close look at the account page. So at first we'll have the spinner before the page loads up perfectly. Now let's go back to the home page, and we're also going to have something similar. But the only difference here is that if I go and reload my home page, we'll have something we previously had, but to some extent it's still very much okay, because the spinner at first appears to indicate that a request is going on behind the scene. Now let's quickly take a close look at that of our card page. So recall previously that when we carried out a transaction both for withdrawal and funding of the card, the balance didn't really get updated immediately. So we're going to try for our withdrawal again. So we're going to withdraw a balance of 35, and I'll simply transfer to account. Okay, so we have our spinner indicating a request has been sent, and now we'll simply click on that of the funding. We still have our balance at 635, although the request has gone successfully. I'll simply inspect and see if we have any log statement indicating that our request went perfectly fine. So let me move to the console. Okay, it says status of transaction was a success. Okay, so that is for the withdrawal. Now we are going to move now, and you can see we send a request to the card endpoint as well, and we have the balance at 635, which is not supposed. So I'll move now and clear this part. We are going to fund this card with 70 USD. Okay, now when we fund this card with 70 USD, the balance is going to update. So I just want to show you how I've made changes to the application as a whole to ensure that it reflects the immediate changes. So I'll simply fund the card, and here we have 670. And when that request was sent to the server, we can see that it was the updated balance or the updated card details that was sent back to the client. So to explain what really happened here, we'll move to our network. Right here, this is how it went. We first of all had a credit followed by the call to our card endpoint, okay, followed by that of our account endpoint. Okay, so that is how I have simply arranged it inside of my fund card component. Now we'll go ahead now and withdraw and take a close look at what we will have. Instead, we'll take a close look at the way it's arranged. Okay, so like we are going to right now withdraw a value of 15 USD. So I'll simply send this request, and here we can see that we have the debit. Okay, the debit went, and then it was followed by that of the card, then followed by that of the account. However, if I'm to open up the card, we'll see that we still have the same balance of 670 USD, and it's not supposed to be as such. The reason is because for a post request, it seems like the time it takes to inject the value and that of getting the value was not in sync. Okay, so we are going to move to our code editor, and right inside of our withdraw form for the card, let's move on to our card component, not the features but the component. So we are right here, so we are going to have card withdraw form, and we have card form, two of these components alongside each other. So let's take a close look at what we have inside of our card font form. So right now, after I make the request to credit my card, as we can see right here, I'm making this request because I'm dispatching the function. I set a timeout. Okay, now instead of having to add code the value of timeout, I just defined this value inside of my page size and exported it to the different component that makes use of it. So that is one more change I made to the application. So if I'm going to change the value of timeout, I simply just change it inside of my page slice. So right now we are simply dispatching the credit amount, and immediately that request has been sent, we're going to wait for a couple of seconds before we send the request back to the server to get the latest updated information. That is for both our card and the account respectively. So that is for the funding of our card or the crediting of our card. So I'll simply highlight the whole of this, Control C, and moving to our card withdrawal form. Let's see what we have here. Okay, although we have this set timeout already defined, but in this case we are calling the get card immediately after dispatching our debit card function. We want to make sure that there's kind of a gap between this calls, so we can clearly have the real value reflected inside of our client. So what I'll simply do now is just highlight this part and paste it right inside of this part. Okay, so it should be before the close spinner, so let's have it immediately before the get account. So I'll simply save, and right now we can go ahead again to our browser and go ahead now and withdraw funds from our card. But at first, because we made a debit of 15 USD, I'll go ahead and withdraw a value of 55 USD so that we have a value of 600 USD after this request must have been successfully processed. So I'll simply transfer to our account, and here we have the value of 600 USD immediately reflecting. Okay, so now it reflects the change as well as that of our account as well. So to just simply confirm everything, I'll move a value of 35 USD from our account to that of our card again. So we send again. Right here we have 635, and if I'm to fund again, we'll have 800. So that is how you can ensure that the values or the values you want from the server are in sync, okay, as you expect them to be. So immediately you make the change, you have to give it some time because it's because it is asynchronous in nature, you cannot really define which of them will get executed or processed at first. So we just set the timeout to ensure that it's just as we expect it to be. So with this, I'll open up a new tab. Let me close this part. So I'm going to open up a new tab now, and we are going to simply move to the slash endpoint of our application. So when I click on enter, this is what will come across at first. Okay, so I believe most of you must have came across this initially, and over time, since we have been developing the application, you must have been coming across it over and over again, and just simply have to move on to this top part to change the part of the slash login, and you have to log in at first. The reason is because inside of our header, let's move over to our dashboard component. So we have the header right here, and inside of the header, we are simply getting hold of the user that has been defined from, let's see, okay, we are getting hold of the user that has been defined inside of our user slice. Now that user slice saves this user immediately after authentication has taken place. But in the case where we are trying to access the application for the first time, the user is not yet authenticated, so we have to kind of redirect the user back to the login page to get authenticated. So that is where our protected route comes into play. So I'm simply going to move over to that page, which is the protected route, and let's simply have the ROAFC keyboard shortcut at first. So we'll simply have this React snippet. Let's see. Okay, click on enter, and I'll simply take this part out, and this is simply what we want to return. We want to return the children. Okay, and right here we're going to have the children. Okay, and we want to carry out a check. Okay, so this check goes like this. We are simply going to say if session storage dot get item, and we are going to pass in the user because that is what we use in storing the item. Oops, my bad. Let's put it like this. If not session storage dot get item, then we want to simply return this instead. So we're going to have a navigate, okay, to the slash login endpoint, and it simply replaces. So that is that. So that is what this logic is going to execute. So it checks that a user already exists, okay, and if that user does not already exist inside of the session, it's simply going to return this particular GSS component. So I'll simply save this, and let's quickly move on to app.js, which is more like the entry point of our application. So I'll simply open that, and right here to our slash dashboard, we want to wrap it around that protected route we just defined. So we're going to have the protected route, okay, and let me simply take out this part and put it right afterwards our dashboard. Okay, with this now, I'll simply save, and we're going to move back to our browser, and when I reload, okay, it says protected route is not defined. So let's have this particular component imported into this dashboard, sorry, this app.js page, and let's take a close look at our protected route to see if I've imported navigate, which I'm yet to import. So let's have navigate imported as well. So this should be coming from reactjs DOM. Yeah, that is it. So we are going to simply move back to our browser, and let's simply reload, and you can see that we have been redirected to the login page. So that is that for protecting our route. So immediately it discovered that the user has not been found in session, it's going to make use of the protected route to route back to our login page. So I'll simply go ahead now and log in. Okay, when I log in with these credentials, it says object. Okay, it says not valid as a React child, found object with keys children. Okay, let's simply move back to our. So I'm going to take out this part. Okay, so we are going to have just children as is without placing it inside of a curly brace. So I'll close the space right here. And yeah, let's quickly move back to our browser and let's reload. Okay, so that solves the issue we were facing, and we can see that we have the details of this logged in user, and immediately we change our pages, the spinner changes automatically. So let's just simply inspect this application and let's see how it looks on different screen. Okay, I'll simply not, I won't make use of this. I'll just simply drag all the way through. So let's take a close look. So this is what we have, and simply when we are going down, you can see that things changes. And if I'm to click on this icon right here, we now have the convert button being placed right here. So it's also a change I included, and yeah, these are the different changes I've made. Now we are all going to have an access to the source code immediately I get to 1,500 subscribers. So that should be around 500 from my current subscribers. So please do like this video and share with your peers who you know will be interested. Okay, and if you are here to subscribe to this channel, please do so. Okay, it helps me and gives me the morale or motivation to keep on creating awesome content like this for all of you. Now we are done with the complete development of our Spring Boot and React application. Now in the coming days, we are going to be looking at how to deploy both applications to these cloud hosting platforms, which include Render and AWS. We'll be making use of Render for the deployment of our server application, and then we'll be making use of AWS Amplify for the deployment of our client application. Now before we call it a wrap, there are some things I want to point out, and those are the different changes we've made to our server application. Although I'll be updating the GitHub repository, I want to also point it out to you so that you can get a proper view of these changes that we've made. Firstly, inside of our user controller class, you can see that we've added a new header to our response entity that is being returned when a user authenticates. And the headers that has been included includes the access control expose headers. Right here, it's simply indicating that our headers should expose the value associated with the authorization header. If this part is not included, then our authorization header will be hidden from our client, and in that scenario our client will not be able to access that particular authorization token. So I have to go ahead and include this inside of our response entity. Now in addition to this, if I'm to move over to my account service class, recall that when we were implementing the find recipient for our client side, we had to stop and implement that functionality on the server. So this is just that functionality right here. And what we simply did was just find the account by the code and the account number. Recall that transferring funds from one account to another requires a particular specified currency type and the account number. So that is why we are finding the code inside of our account repository with the with the function in find by code and account number. Okay, so it returns the account of that recipient, and that is that. And right inside of the controller, we've also went ahead to define the endpoint for that call, which is /find endpoint. And these are not just the changes I've made. So taking a close look at our transaction service class as well, we've initially made use of the pageable to page our request, and we were sorting by the created out, that is the time it was created at. And the function we use afterward was the ascending function. Now in that case, the transactions we are going to be getting will be from the top of the table, that is transactions that already exist, and newer transactions will not be included except you navigate to the page where you have the newest transaction. So we want to change that. And instead of making use of ascending, I change it and we are making use of descending to ensure that we are getting the most recent list of transactions from the server. So that is that, and these are just the major changes that have been made to our server side. So now if you find this video helpful, please do subscribe to this channel if you are yet to do so. Ping that bell icon as well as turn on that bell notification so that when the next video goes live, which happens to be the deployment of these two amazing applications, you get notified. And finally, if you are feeling generous, you can go ahead, buy me a cup of coffee. It's going to go a long way in helping me create much more awesome content like this for you in the future. And that's the end. Until the next one, I remain IO Codes. Keep being your best self.